Art since 1900, Modern and Contemporary Art, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Modern and Contemporary Art. Modern and contemporary art is a vast and ever-evolving field that encompasses the major artistic developments of the last 2 centuries. The term modern art typically refers to art created between the late 19th century and the mid-20th century, a period marked by radical shifts in artistic approaches and a break from traditional forms and techniques. Contemporary art refers to art created from the mid-20th century onward, reflecting the rapid changes in society, technology, and global interconnectedness. At the core of modern and contemporary art is the desire to challenge the norms of the past and redefine what art can be. Beginning in the late 1800s, artists like Claude Monet and Vincent van Gogh introduced new ways of seeing the world through Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. These movements rejected the strict realism of earlier periods and embraced the subjective nature of perception, capturing the world in ways that were more emotional, personal, and experimental. As industrialization and urbanization swept across Europe and the Americas, artists responded by questioning traditional aesthetics and exploring new mediums, techniques, and forms. The early 20th century saw the emergence of the avant-garde, a group of artists determined to push the boundaries of what was considered acceptable in art. Movements such as Fauvism, Cubism, Dadaism, and Surrealism radically changed the relationship between art and reality. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Marcel Duchamp, and Salvador Dalí began to explore abstraction, the subconscious, and new ways of expressing the complexities of the modern world. World War I and World War II deeply influenced modern art as artists grappled with the trauma, destruction, and chaos of the wars. The period after World War II saw the birth of abstract expressionism, a movement that focused on spontaneity, emotion, and the subconscious, with figures like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko leading the charge. This era marked a shift in the art world from Europe to New York, establishing the United States as the new center of the art world. Contemporary art emerged in the post-war era, encompassing a wide range of styles and practices, including pop art, minimalism, conceptual art, and performance art. The growth of mass media, consumer culture, and globalization in the latter half of the 20th century influenced a new generation of artists who questioned traditional notions of art, value, and authenticity. Today, contemporary artists engage with everything from digital technology to social issues, expanding the definition of what art can be and how it interacts with the world around it. In summary, the journey from modern to contemporary art reflects a profound transformation in how art is made, viewed, and understood. It is a testament to the ongoing evolution of artistic expression and the continued relevance of art as a mirror of society and culture. Overview of art movements from 1900 to present. The period from 1900 to the present has witnessed a remarkable range of art movements, each responding to the social, political, and technological changes of their time. These movements challenged traditional artistic conventions and embraced new forms of expression, fundamentally reshaping the art world. At the turn of the 20th century, modernism began to take shape, with artists rejecting the rigid academic styles of the 19th century in favor of innovation and personal expression. The early modernist movements, such as Impressionism and Post-Impressionism, broke away from realism and explored light, color, and emotional depth. As the century progressed, more radical movements emerged, including Cubism, which fragmented subjects into geometric shapes, and Futurism, which celebrated motion and the modern machine age. Dada, which arose in response to the horrors of World War I, was characterized by absurdity, anti-art sentiments, and a rejection of traditional aesthetic values. Dada's successor, Surrealism, sought to unlock the unconscious mind, using dreamlike imagery and symbolic representation to explore the realms of the irrational and fantastical. In the 1940s and 1950s, abstract expressionism emerged as one of the first truly American art movements. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko focused on spontaneous, emotional, and abstract painting techniques that conveyed inner experiences rather than representing external reality. This movement was followed by minimalism in the 1960s, which stripped art down to its most essential forms, often emphasizing industrial materials and simple geometric shapes. Pop art, emerging in the 1950s, was another significant movement that bridged the gap between high art and popular culture. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein used imagery from advertising, comic strips, and mass media to challenge the division between fine art and consumerism. This period also saw the rise of conceptual art, where the idea or concept behind the work became more important than its physical form, and performance art, which placed emphasis on the artist's presence and body as the medium. By the 1980s and beyond, postmodernism began to dominate, characterized by irony, pastiche, and the questioning of grand narratives. In this period, artists deconstructed previous styles and blended different influences, often focusing on identity, gender, and global issues. The digital age introduced new media, including video, digital art, and interactive installations, reflecting the ongoing evolution of technology's impact on art. Throughout these movements, art has continued to evolve, addressing shifting cultural values, technological advancements, and political concerns. From early modernist experiments to today's diverse global contemporary art, the landscape of art from 1900 to the present has been defined by a spirit of constant innovation and transformation. Defining modern and contemporary art. Modern and contemporary art are terms often used to describe the art created during specific periods in history, but their definitions can be complex and fluid, reflecting the dynamic nature of artistic evolution. While both terms share a commitment to innovation and the breaking of artistic boundaries, they are distinct in terms of their historical context and the ideas they represent. Modern art refers to the period of artistic production roughly from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, characterized by a break from traditional forms of art and the exploration of new mediums, techniques, and ideas. It emerged as a response to the rapid changes in society, including industrialization, urbanization, and the impact of scientific advancements. Artists sought to express new ways of seeing the world, moving away from realism and academic painting to experiment with abstraction, color, form, and perspective. Movements like Impressionism, Cubism, Fauvism, and Expressionism all challenged established artistic conventions and paved the way for a more subjective, individualized approach to art making. The modernist movement emphasized innovation, autonomy, and the rejection of the past, leading to the development of a wide array of styles that were diverse, yet shared a common thread of pushing the boundaries of visual representation. Contemporary art, on the other hand, refers to art created from the mid-20th century onward, extending into the present day. While contemporary art has roots in the modernist period, it reflects a more diverse range of influences and practices, often responding to the complex social, political, and technological changes of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The rise of globalization, digital technologies, and the questioning of established norms have played a significant role in shaping contemporary artistic practices. Movements such as pop art, minimalism, conceptual art, and postmodernism, as well as the proliferation of new media like video, performance, and digital art, define contemporary art as a space for experimentation, interdisciplinarity, and social commentary. In contemporary art, the focus has expanded beyond purely aesthetic concerns to include issues of identity, race, gender, politics, and the environment. Artists are increasingly engaging with global and local contexts, using their work as a tool for activism and reflection. In essence, Modern and contemporary art represent the ongoing evolution of creative expression, with modern art being an era defined by radical innovation and the rejection of tradition, and contemporary art continuing that spirit of experimentation while engaging with the complexities of the modern world. Both terms encapsulate the idea that art is not static, but constantly adapting and reflecting the times in which it is made. The impact of societal, political, and technological changes. Art has always been deeply intertwined with the broader societal, political, and technological contexts in which it is created. Over the past century, these forces have dramatically shaped the development of modern and contemporary art, influencing the themes, styles, and mediums that artists use to express their ideas. From the Industrial Revolution to the digital age, the impact of these changes has been profound and far-reaching. Societal changes, particularly urbanization and the rise of mass consumer culture, played a pivotal role in transforming the landscape of art. The rapid expansion of cities and the migration of people from rural to urban areas during the late 19th and early 20th centuries created new environments for artistic exploration. The modern city, with its complex social dynamics, bustling streets, and diverse populations, became a central theme for many artists. Movements like Impressionism and later pop art explored the effects of modern life on individual identity and social consciousness. Artists responded to the alienation and fragmentation of modern life, often reflecting the growing disconnect between individuals and traditional cultural values. Political upheaval has also had a lasting impact on the development of art, especially during times of war and social revolution. The two world wars, in particular, shaped the course of 20th century art, as artists grappled with the horrors of violence, destruction, and the disillusionment brought on by these conflicts. Dadaism, emerging after World War I, rejected reason and embraced absurdity in response to the brutality of the war. Similarly, the post-World War II era saw the rise of abstract expressionism, with artists channeling their emotional responses to global conflict into their work. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, political movements like feminism, civil rights, and environmentalism have inspired artists to address issues of identity, power, and justice in their work, further blurring the lines between art and activism. Technological advancements have had an equally transformative effect on art. The invention of photography, film, and later, digital technologies expanded the ways in which artists could create and engage with their audiences. The use of photography and film in the early 20th century opened up new possibilities for capturing and manipulating images, while the digital revolution in the late 20th and early 21st centuries gave rise to new media art forms like video installations, virtual reality, and computer-generated imagery. These technologies have not only changed how art is made, but have also altered the way art is consumed and distributed, making it more accessible to global audiences through platforms like social media and digital galleries. In conclusion, societal, political, and technological changes have shaped modern and contemporary art by challenging artists to respond to and engage with the world around them. Whether reflecting on the alienation of modern life, confronting the trauma of war, or embracing new technological innovations, art continues to evolve in response to the ever-changing forces of society, politics, and technology. The role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries. The role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries has undergone significant transformation, reflecting the changing social, political, and technological landscapes. Traditionally, artists were seen as individuals whose work was intended to be appreciated for its beauty, skill, and technical mastery. However, with the rise of modernism and contemporary movements, the artist's role shifted, becoming more complex, diverse, and often more socially engaged. At the start of the 20th century, artists began to question traditional notions of art and sought to break free from the constraints of academic painting. With movements such as Cubism, Futurism, and Dadaism, artists like Pablo Picasso, Marcel Duchamp, and Umberto Boccioni challenged established conventions and introduced radical new ways of seeing and creating. These artists became pioneers of innovation, pushing the boundaries of form, representation, and content. The artist was no longer just a craftsman, but an intellectual and conceptual figure, exploring new ideas and challenging societal norms through their work. By the mid-20th century, particularly in the post-World War II era, the role of the artist became deeply tied to personal expression and emotional intensity. Abstract expressionism, led by figures like Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning, emphasized the artist's internal world and their spontaneous, unmediated response to the world around them. Art was no longer just a visual representation, but an exploration of the artist's subconscious and emotions. This era saw the artist emerge as an individual driven by personal experience, with the act of creation itself becoming as important as the finished artwork. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the role of the artist expanded further, particularly with the rise of conceptual art and performance art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Yoko Ono, and Damien Hirst began to question the value of the art object itself, focusing instead on ideas, process, and experience. The artist became less concerned with creating traditional objects of beauty and more focused on conveying meaning and challenging preconceived notions of what art could be. Performance art, in particular, blurred the boundaries between the artist and the audience, with artists using their own bodies and live action to create work that was often transient, experiential, and participatory. In the 21st century, the artist's role has become even more diverse and complex. With the rise of digital technology, artists have expanded their practices to include new media, such as video, virtual reality, and digital installations. Moreover, artists today are increasingly engaged with political, environmental, and social issues, using their work as a platform for activism and commentary. The artist has become not only a creator, but also a commentator, a critic, and a voice for social change, reflecting the complexities of an interconnected, globalized world. In summary, the role of the artist in the 20th and 21st centuries has evolved from a focus on technical skill and beauty to a broader, more dynamic role as an intellectual, emotional, and political force. Artists today are not just creators of objects, but participants in the ongoing conversation about culture, society, and the future of art itself. The relationship between art and culture in modern history. The relationship between art and culture in modern history has been one of constant interaction and mutual influence. As society evolved, art became a powerful means of reflecting, critiquing, and shaping the cultural, social, and political landscape of its time. Modern and contemporary art, in particular, has been inextricably tied to the changes occurring in the broader world, responding to shifts in technology, ideology, and identity, while also challenging and reshaping cultural norms. In the early 20th century, as industrialization and urbanization transformed societies, art began to reflect the complexities and tensions of modern life. Artists sought new ways to represent the rapidly changing world around them, often breaking with traditional forms and techniques. Movements like Impressionism, Fauvism, and Expressionism reflected the emotional and subjective experience of modern life, emphasizing personal perception and the artist's inner world. As cities grew and social structures changed, art mirrored the alienation and dislocation experienced by individuals in this new environment. This period also saw the rise of avant-garde movements, such as Cubism and Dada, which challenged the very nature of art and its relationship to reality. Art became a tool for questioning societal values and cultural norms, reflecting the broader disillusionment and radical change of the time. In the post-World War II era, art continued to engage with cultural shifts, but with an increasingly global and political focus. Abstract expressionism, for example, arose in response to the devastation of the war, with artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko channeling the trauma and emotional intensity of the time into their work. Meanwhile, movements like pop art began to explore the relationship between art and mass culture, Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein incorporated imagery from advertising, consumer products, and popular media, blurring the line between high and low culture. Pop art reflected the growing influence of consumerism and mass media on everyday life, making culture itself the subject of artistic inquiry. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, art and culture became even more interconnected, particularly with the rise of identity-based art movements. Feminist, queer, and post-colonial artists used their work to explore issues of race, gender, and power, questioning dominant cultural narratives and advocating for social change. Art became a platform for activism, with artists addressing topics such as human rights, environmental concerns, and political oppression. The proliferation of digital technology and social media further transformed the relationship between art and culture, democratizing access to art and allowing for new forms of cultural exchange. Overall, the relationship between art and culture in modern history has been marked by a dynamic and evolving dialogue. Art has not only reflected the culture of its time, but has also actively participated in shaping and critiquing it, offering new perspectives, challenging conventions, and inspiring change. Chapter 2, Early Modernism, 1900 1914. The early years of the 20th century marked a period of dramatic change in the world of art as artists began to break away from traditional forms and techniques. This period, known as Early Modernism, spans roughly from 1900 to 1914 and is defined by a bold departure from the conventions of academic realism and a search for new ways of interpreting the rapidly changing world. The social, cultural, and technological transformations of the time, including the rise of industrialization, urbanization, and the increasing pace of life, deeply influenced the development of art. Artists responded to these changes by experimenting with color, form, perspective, and subject matter, pushing the boundaries of visual representation. One of the most significant movements during this time was Impressionism, which had emerged in the late 19th century but continued to evolve and gain influence into the early 1900s. Led by artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Impressionism focused on capturing fleeting moments, emphasizing the effects of light and atmosphere over precise, realistic detail. The movement's emphasis on the subjective experience of the artist marked a significant break from the academic traditions that had dominated European art for centuries. Following Impressionism, the Post-Impressionists, including Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat, further pushed the boundaries of artistic representation. While continuing some of the techniques of the Impressionists, Post-Impressionism introduced more personal and emotional interpretations of the world. Van Gogh's swirling brushstrokes and vibrant colors, Cézanne's geometric simplification of forms, and Seurat's methodical use of color theory through pointillism all laid the groundwork for the abstraction and experimentation that would define modernism. At the same time, new movements such as Fauvism and Expressionism were beginning to take shape. Fauvism, led by Henri Matisse and André Derain, was characterized by the use of bold, non-naturalistic color to convey emotion and to challenge conventional representations of reality. Expressionism, which emerged in Germany, similarly sought to express emotional experience over objective reality. Artists like Edvard Munch, whose iconic work The Scream captured the anguish of modern life, and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner used distorted forms and vivid colors to convey inner turmoil and the alienation of the modern world. Cubism, pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, would soon emerge in the years following 1914, but its roots lay in the early modernist experimentation of this period. The abstraction, fragmented perspectives, and rejection of traditional representation that marked Cubism were informed by the innovations of artists working in the early 20th century. In summary, the period from 1900 to 1914 was a time of great experimentation and transformation in the visual arts. The early modernists laid the groundwork for the radical movements that would follow, challenging the conventional boundaries of art and opening the door to new ways of seeing and representing the world. The rise of Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. The late 19th century witnessed two of the most revolutionary movements in the history of art, Impressionism and Post-Impressionism. These movements broke away from the traditional academic art standards of the time, reflecting the dramatic changes in society, culture, and technology, and laying the groundwork for the modern art movements that would follow. Impressionism, which began in France in the 1860s and gained momentum in the 1870s and 1880s, marked a radical shift in the way artists approached painting. The movement was led by artists such as Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edouard Manet, who sought to capture the fleeting effects of light, color, and atmosphere rather than producing highly detailed, realistic representations. Impressionists often painted en plein air, directly observing and depicting scenes from nature and urban life in a way that conveyed their immediate perception of the world. The brushstrokes in Impressionist works were looser and more spontaneous, giving the paintings a sense of movement and vibrancy. The use of bright, unmixed colors, particularly in the depiction of sunlight and shadows, was another defining characteristic of Impressionism. This approach to color was a departure from the traditional dark tones and careful blending of hues used by academic artists. Rather than creating the illusion of solid form and depth, Impressionists embraced the effects of light and the fluidity of nature. For example, Monet's impression Sunrise, 1872, captured the play of light on water and sky at dawn, exemplifying the movement's focus on ephemeral moments and the changing quality of light. As Impressionism evolved, some artists sought to push its boundaries further, leading to the emergence of Post-Impressionism in the late 1880s and 1890s. While Post-Impressionists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat retained some of the techniques of Impressionism, such as the use of color and brushwork, they diverged in their approach to subject matter and form. Unlike the Impressionists, who focused on the transient effects of light and atmosphere, Post-Impressionists sought to convey deeper emotional, symbolic, and structural meanings in their work. Van Gogh, for instance, is famous for his intense use of color and expressive brushwork to communicate his emotional states, as seen in works like Starry Night, 1889. Cézanne, on the other hand, sought to bring a sense of order and structure to his landscapes and still lifes, breaking down forms into geometric shapes and focusing on the underlying geometry of nature. Seurat developed pointillism, a technique where small dots of color are applied to the canvas to create a vibrant, almost luminous effect when viewed from a distance. In essence, the rise of Impressionism and Post-Impressionism marked a pivotal moment in art history, where the focus shifted from rigid academic techniques to more personal and expressive forms of representation. These movements laid the foundation for the radical innovations that would follow in the 20th century, opening the door to abstraction, modernism, and new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. The birth of Fauvism and Expressionism. At the dawn of the 20th century, two groundbreaking movements in modern art emerged: Fauvism and Expressionism. Both movements rejected the conventions of realism and academic art, seeking to represent the emotional and psychological experiences of the artists rather than a direct portrayal of the physical world. These movements would significantly influence the course of modern art, emphasizing color, distortion, and subjective perception. Fauvism, which emerged in France around 1905, was the first avant-garde movement of the 20th century. The term fauve, meaning wild beast, was coined by the art critic Louis Vaucel to describe the bold, unrestrained use of color in the works of artists like Henri Matisse, André Derain, and Maurice de Vlaminck. The Fauvists rejected the muted palette and shading techniques traditionally used to represent light and shadow, instead employing vibrant, unnatural colors to convey emotion and energy. For example, Matisse's Woman with a Hat, 1905, is characterized by bright, arbitrary color choices that focus more on evoking feeling than accurately depicting reality. The Fauvists were not concerned with creating realistic representations, but with using color as an expressive tool. This focus on color as a means of emotional expression would continue to influence future developments in abstract art. The birth of Expressionism, which began in Germany in the early 20th century, was similarly driven by a desire to depict the world in a way that emphasized inner emotional states rather than external appearances. Expressionism sought to capture the turmoil, anxiety, and alienation that artists felt in the modern world. Like Fauvism, Expressionism embraced the use of bold, vivid color, but it also involved distortion of forms and exaggerated lines to intensify emotional impact. The movement was influenced by the rapid industrialization, urbanization, and societal change taking place in Europe, which many artists saw as alienating and dehumanizing. One of the most iconic early works of Expressionism is Edvard Munch's The Scream, 1893, a haunting portrayal of existential dread. German expressionists such as Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, Wassily Kandinsky, and Egon Schiele took these ideas further, using distorted, sometimes grotesque figures to express inner turmoil and the alienation of modern life. Expressionism found its place not only in painting, but also in literature, theater, and film, influencing a wide range of artistic disciplines. While Fauvism was a short-lived movement, lasting only a few years, its focus on color had a lasting impact on modern art, particularly on the later developments of abstraction. Expressionism, in contrast, evolved into a diverse movement with various offshoots, including Die Brücke, the bridge, and Der Blaue Reiter, the Blue Rider, and had a profound influence on German art, as well as later movements such as abstract expressionism. Both movements challenged conventional aesthetics and opened the door for new forms of artistic expression in the 20th century, prioritizing emotion, color, and personal interpretation over representational accuracy. The advent of Cubism and its key figures. Cubism, one of the most revolutionary movements in modern art, emerged in the early 20th century, forever altering the way we understand and perceive art. Developed primarily by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque between 1907 and 1914, Cubism marked a dramatic departure from traditional perspectives and representation. Instead of depicting objects from a single viewpoint, Cubist artists sought to represent multiple angles and facets of an object simultaneously, thus challenging the conventions of realistic and linear perspective that had dominated Western art for centuries. The origins of Cubism can be traced to Picasso's iconic painting, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, which shattered the established rules of form and space. The painting depicted 5 female figures with angular, fragmented forms and flattened planes, drawing on both African art and the emerging stylistic innovations of early 20th century art movements. The work's radical break from traditional perspective and representation laid the groundwork for the development of Cubism. Picasso's collaboration with Georges Braque in the years following Les Demoiselles d'Avignon deepened this exploration of abstraction. Together, they began to break down objects into geometric shapes, presenting them from various viewpoints within a single frame. While Picasso is often regarded as the driving force behind Cubism, Braque was equally instrumental in its development. Their work evolved through 2 main phases: the analytical Cubism phase, 1909 to 1912, where the artists focused on deconstructing forms into overlapping geometric shapes and neutral tones, and the synthetic Cubism phase, 1912 to 1914, where they began to incorporate collage elements, text, and brighter colors. In analytical Cubism, the fragmentation of objects into flat planes and interlocking shapes created a sense of depth through the manipulation of light and shadow. By the time synthetic Cubism emerged, the movement had moved toward more symbolic representations, where the artists simplified their compositions and included elements such as newspaper clippings and fragments of real-world materials. Other key figures in the development of Cubism included Yuan Gris, whose work became increasingly associated with the synthetic phase, and Fernand Léger, who adapted Cubism to incorporate a more vibrant color palette and bolder, more dynamic forms. These artists contributed their unique interpretations of the Cubist framework, expanding the movement beyond its original scope. Cubism was a radical break from the past, laying the foundation for a variety of modern art movements that followed, including Futurism, Constructivism, and Abstract Expressionism. It forever altered the way artists approached form, space, and perspective, leading to a more fragmented, multidimensional view of reality that continues to influence contemporary art today. The emergence of abstract art. Abstract art emerged in the early 20th century as a radical departure from traditional forms of representation. Artists began to question the very nature of art and its role in depicting the visible world, seeking instead to express emotions, ideas, and concepts through non-representational forms. This shift marked a fundamental change in how art was perceived and created, leading to the development of a wide range of styles that emphasized abstraction rather than direct representation of reality. One of the key figures in the emergence of abstract art was Wassily Kandinsky, a Russian painter and theorist. Kandinsky's work evolved from figurative art to complete abstraction, influenced by his belief that art should evoke emotions through color, line, and form, independent of any external reference. His painting, Composition Sets, 1913, is one of the most famous examples of his abstract style, where swirling forms and vibrant colors seem to have no direct connection to the natural world, yet communicate a profound sense of movement and emotion. Kandinsky's theoretical writings, particularly his book, Concerning the Spiritual in Art, 1911, laid the groundwork for the philosophical and aesthetic foundations of abstract art, arguing that abstract forms had the power to convey universal spiritual truths. Around the same time, another key figure in the development of abstraction was Piet Mondrian, a Dutch artist whose style evolved into a geometric abstraction that emphasized the use of straight lines and primary colors. Mondrian's work, particularly his series Composition with Red, Blue, and Yellow, 1930, sought to reduce the elements of art to their purest forms, representing a harmony and order that transcended the chaos of the visible world. His pursuit of abstraction was rooted in the idea that art should reflect a universal, harmonious order that was more aligned with the spiritual essence of reality than the material world itself. In parallel, the development of abstract art was also influenced by movements such as Futurism and Dada, which rejected traditional forms and embraced the idea of art as a tool for exploring new realities. While Dadaism was more focused on the absurd and irrational, it helped open the door to abstraction by questioning established norms and championing artistic freedom. By the 1920s and 1930s, abstract art was becoming increasingly recognized as a legitimate form of artistic expression, paving the way for movements such as abstract expressionism in the United States. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko further expanded the boundaries of abstraction by using large canvases and dynamic forms to evoke powerful emotional responses from viewers. Abstract art, in all its various forms, became a central pillar of modern art, marking a shift from representation to the exploration of pure visual and emotional experience. This movement laid the foundation for many of the artistic innovations that would follow in the mid-20th century and beyond. Pre-World War I artistic innovations. The period leading up to World War I was marked by significant artistic innovations, as artists sought to break away from traditional methods and explore new ways of seeing, interpreting, and representing the world. These innovations laid the groundwork for many of the avant-garde movements that would dominate the early 20th century. The rapid industrialization, urbanization, and technological advancements of the time, along with the social and political upheavals, prompted artists to experiment with form, color, and perspective challenging long-standing conventions in the process. One of the most important innovations in art during this period was the rise of Impressionism, which revolutionized how artists depicted light and atmosphere. Beginning in the 1860s, Impressionist artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas began to move away from the fine detail and realistic depiction of subjects favored by academic painting. Instead, they sought to capture the fleeting effects of natural light, often painting on plein air to observe the changing conditions of the environment. Monet's Impression Sunrise, 1872, famously epitomized this shift, as the title itself suggested a new way of seeing the world through a loose, expressive brushstroke and a focus on the ephemeral nature of light and color. Alongside Impressionism, Post-Impressionism emerged in the 1880s, with artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat further pushing the boundaries of artistic representation. While they retained some of the techniques of the Impressionists, such as the use of color, they sought to add more structure, emotion, and symbolism to their work. Seurat developed pointillism, a technique of using tiny dots of color to create vibrant, luminous effects, while Van Gogh's thick, impassioned brushstrokes conveyed his intense emotional experience. Cézanne, in particular, focused on simplifying forms into geometric shapes, providing a bridge between Impressionism and the later development of Cubism. The early 20th century saw the rise of movements such as Fauvism and Expressionism, which took further liberties with color and form. Fauvism, led by Henri Matisse and André Derain, was characterized by the use of bold, unnatural color to express emotional intensity, breaking from naturalistic representations. Expressionism, especially in Germany, was driven by a desire to represent the emotional experience of the artist rather than external reality. Artists like Edvard Munch and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner distorted form and used exaggerated color to evoke feelings of alienation, anxiety, and inner turmoil. Simultaneously, Cubism was beginning to take shape as Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque began to experiment with fragmented forms and multiple perspectives, challenging the conventions of perspective and representation. These pre-World War I innovations laid the foundation for the avant-garde movements of the 20th century, radically changing the direction of modern art. The focus shifted from mimicking reality to exploring abstraction, emotion, and the subjective experience of the artist. This period of artistic experimentation set the stage for the revolutionary changes in art that would unfold in the years to come. Chapter 3: The Avant-Garde and World War I. The period surrounding World War I was one of profound artistic upheaval, as artists sought new ways to respond to the social, political, and cultural turmoil of the time. The war, which began in 1914 and lasted until 1918, had a transformative impact on the world of art. It catalyzed the emergence of the avant-garde, a group of artists dedicated to pushing boundaries and challenging the status quo. This movement was defined by its rejection of traditional artistic norms, embracing experimentation, abstraction, and a desire to confront the disillusionment of modern life. The avant-garde movements that flourished during this time were deeply influenced by the horrors of war and the societal changes it brought. As the world plunged into conflict, many artists found themselves grappling with feelings of alienation, anxiety, and a sense of moral and cultural breakdown. In response, artists turned to radical new approaches to art making, seeking to express their inner turmoil, critique established values, and provide alternatives to the destruction they witnessed. Dadaism, which emerged in Switzerland in 1916, became one of the most prominent avant-garde movements of the time. Dadaists rejected logic, reason, and traditional aesthetics, using absurdity, chance, and humor as tools to expose the futility of war and the failures of contemporary society. Their works often included nonsensical, random elements, such as in the collages, photomontages, and performances of artists like Hannah Höch, Kurt Schwitters, and Marcel Duchamp. Duchamp's famous ready-made fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed Our Mutt, encapsulated the Dadaist ethos, challenging conventional notions of art by presenting an everyday object as a work of art. Simultaneously, Expressionism continued to thrive in Germany, where artists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, Egon Schiele, and Käthe Kollwitz depicted the psychological trauma of the war through distorted forms, raw colors, and intense emotional content. Their works often conveyed the alienation and anxiety felt by individuals in a society torn apart by violence. The use of exaggerated, distorted figures in works such as Schiele's self-portrait with Phasalis, 1912, and Kirchner's Street, Berlin, 1913, reflected the psychological disintegration and fragmentation of the human experience during the war. In contrast, Futurism, which had emerged in Italy before the war, sought to glorify modernity, speed, and technological progress. However, as the war unfolded, the movement's optimism about technology shifted toward a more destructive and chaotic view of progress. Artists like Umberto Boccioni and Giacomo Balla had initially celebrated dynamism and movement, but the horrors of war eventually led to a reevaluation of the relationship between technology, violence, and society. World War I had a lasting impact on the development of the avant-garde, leading to the exploration of abstraction, the rejection of traditional forms, and the embrace of new materials and techniques. The movements born during this time, Dadaism, Expressionism, and Futurism, would go on to shape the course of modern art, creating a foundation for the radical experiments that would follow in the interwar years and beyond. The war had forced artists to confront the collapse of societal norms, and their work provided a powerful visual response to the chaos and destruction of the early 20th century. Dada and its challenge to tradition. Dada was one of the most radical and disruptive art movements of the 20th century, emerging during and after World War I as a direct response to the horrors of the war and the perceived failure of established cultural and political systems. Born out of a climate of disillusionment and chaos, Dada rejected the conventions of traditional art, culture, and society, advocating for absurdity, irrationality, and anti-art principles. Dada's very name, which is often attributed to a random word chosen from a dictionary, encapsulated the movement's rejection of logic, reason, and meaning, underscoring its fundamental challenge to established norms. The movement began in Zurich in 1916 at the Cabaret Voltaire, founded by artists and intellectuals like Hugo Ball, Tristan Tzara, and Richard Huelsenbeck. It quickly spread to other European cities, including Berlin, Cologne, and Paris, where artists began to experiment with new forms and ideas. Dada was not just an art movement, but a broader cultural protest, with roots in literature, theater, poetry, and even music. At its core, Dadaists sought to subvert the conventions of art and society, creating works that were deliberately nonsensical, provocative, and even shocking. One of the key ways Dada challenged tradition was through the use of ready-mades, a term coined by artist Marcel Duchamp to describe everyday objects that were transformed into art simply by the artist's choice. Duchamp's most famous ready-made, Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed Our Mutt, exemplified the Dadaist challenge to art's traditional boundaries. By presenting an ordinary mass-produced object as art, Duchamp questioned the very notion of artistic value and authorship. This work turned the art world on its head, demonstrating that art could exist without the traditional skills of painting or sculpture, and that its value could be found in concept rather than aesthetic qualities. In addition to ready-mades, Dada artists employed techniques like collage, photomontage, and chance operations. These methods broke down traditional artistic processes, often introducing randomness and unpredictability. Artists such as Hannah Huck, who created photomontages that combined fragments of mass media images, used these techniques to critique the growing influence of consumer culture and political propaganda in modern life. Dada poetry, exemplified by the work of Tzara, often featured disjointed language and nonsensical wordplay, rejecting coherent meaning in favor of embracing chaos and spontaneity. Dada's challenge to tradition was not only aesthetic, but also philosophical. It questioned the value of art in a world ravaged by war and societal upheaval, rejecting the idea that art should serve as a means of conveying moral, political, or cultural ideals. Instead, Dada embraced the irrational, the absurd, and the meaningless, reflecting the disillusionment felt by many in the wake of the war. While Dada was short-lived, its impact on art and culture was profound, laying the groundwork for future avant-garde movements like Surrealism and influencing contemporary art's exploration of concept, process, and the role of the artist. Through its radical approach, Dada challenged the very definition of art and broadened the possibilities for what art could be in the modern world. Surrealism's exploration of the unconscious. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was an avant-garde movement that sought to unlock the creative potential of the unconscious mind, revolutionizing the way artists thought about reality and expression. Drawing on the theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, Surrealist artists sought to explore the realms of dreams, free association, and irrational thought with the goal of transcending the limitations of rational consciousness. Surrealism's fundamental belief was that the unconscious mind held a deeper truth, one that could be revealed through art, free from the constraints of logic, morality, and societal norms. The movement was officially founded in 1924 by André Breton, a French poet and writer who defined surrealism in his Surrealist Manifesto, declaring it to be pure psychic automatism, a method of creation that would allow the mind to express itself freely without censorship or control. This technique was rooted in the desire to tap into the unconscious, where hidden desires, fears, and memories reside, and to use these elements to create new, imaginative realities. Artists were encouraged to work without preconceived ideas or plans, allowing their subconscious to guide their hands. The result was art that often appeared strange, dreamlike, and nonsensical, an expression of the irrational and the fantastical. One of the most influential techniques developed by surrealists was automatic drawing, pioneered by artists like Joan Miro and André Masson. This method involved creating spontaneous, uncontrolled marks or images, allowing the hand to move freely without conscious direction. Through automatic drawing, the surrealists believed they could bypass the critical, rational mind and access the deeper layers of the psyche, capturing the unconscious in visual form. In painting, Salvador Dali emerged as one of the most iconic figures of surrealism. His meticulously detailed, yet bizarre works, such as The Persistence of Memory, 1931, exemplify the surrealist fascination with dreams, time, and the irrational. Dali's melting clocks, distorted landscapes, and dreamlike imagery invite the viewer into a world where reality and fantasy collide. His works were not merely fantastical, but also rich with symbolic meaning, tapping into unconscious fears and desires. Other surrealist painters, like René Magritte and Max Ernst, also explored similar themes, creating strange, unsettling juxtapositions of ordinary objects in extraordinary contexts. Surrealism also extended beyond painting into literature, film, and photography, where figures like Luis Buñuel and Man Ray experimented with the unconscious in their works. The movement's influence on popular culture and contemporary art remains profound, as it challenged traditional notions of reality and representation, encouraging artists to explore the boundaries between the conscious and unconscious mind. By delving into the irrational, surrealism unlocked a new dimension of creativity, one that allowed for the exploration of emotion, psychology, and the hidden realms of human experience. Through its exploration of the unconscious, surrealism forever altered the course of modern art, making room for the strange and surreal in the artistic canon. The role of World War I in shaping art. World War I had a profound impact on the world of art, influencing both the content and direction of modern art movements. The war, which caused widespread destruction, loss of life, and social upheaval, deeply affected artists' perceptions of reality and their role in reflecting or critiquing society. The trauma of the war and its aftermath led many artists to reject traditional artistic norms as they sought new ways to respond to the chaos and violence they had witnessed. This shift in perspective was pivotal in the development of various avant-garde movements that emerged during and after the war, such as Dadaism, Expressionism, and Surrealism. The disillusionment that followed the war was central to the development of Dada, an anti-art movement that emerged in Zurich in 1916. Dadaists rejected the logic, reason, and order that they believed had led to the devastating conflict. Artists like Marcel Duchamp, Hannah Höch, and Jean Arp embraced absurdity, chance, and irrationality, creating art that questioned the very foundations of Western culture. Dada's use of found objects, photomontage, and performance art was not only a reaction to the war, but also a critique of the values that had allowed it to happen. Duchamp's iconic ready-made fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal presented as art, became one of the movement's most famous works, symbolizing the rejection of traditional aesthetics and the absurdity of a world ravaged by conflict. The war also had a significant impact on Expressionism, particularly in Germany, where artists sought to convey the emotional and psychological toll of the war. Works by artists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner and Käthe Kollwitz depicted the horrors of combat, the alienation of soldiers, and the anguish of civilians. The use of distorted figures, exaggerated forms, and intense colors captured the emotional disarray and trauma experienced by those living in a world of violence and destruction. Expressionism's focus on raw emotion and psychological depth was in part a reaction to the mechanical, dehumanizing aspects of warfare, offering a more visceral, subjective interpretation of reality. Surrealism, which emerged in the 1920s, was also shaped by the experiences of World War I. Artists like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte sought to explore the unconscious mind, dreams, and irrationality, offering an alternative to the rational, ordered world that had led to the conflict. By delving into the subconscious, surrealists sought to uncover deeper truths about the human condition, confronting the trauma and psychological effects of war in a way that was both symbolic and personal. In sum, World War I served as a catalyst for artistic experimentation and transformation. The violence and disillusionment of the war prompted artists to challenge traditional forms and conventions, paving the way for a more radical, innovative approach to art that would define much of the 20th century. The war's impact on art was not only aesthetic, but deeply philosophical, influencing how artists perceived their role in society and the relationship between art and the human experience. Key figures of the avant-garde. The avant-garde, a movement that pushed the boundaries of art and culture, was shaped by a diverse group of pioneering artists who sought to challenge traditional forms and conventions. These figures were instrumental in shaping the direction of modern art in the early 20th century, each contributing unique perspectives and innovative practices that would go on to influence numerous artistic movements. From Dadaism to Surrealism, and from Cubism to Futurism, the avant-garde was defined by its bold reimagining of what art could be, and its key figures were the driving force behind these revolutionary changes. One of the most significant figures in the avant-garde was Marcel Duchamp, whose radical approach to art fundamentally redefined its role in society. Duchamp's creation of ready-mades, everyday objects presented as art, challenged the very definition of art itself. His most famous work, Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed R. Mutt, questioned the authority of the artist and the traditional aesthetic value of objects. Duchamp's work, characterized by its wit and subversion of traditional norms, made him a central figure in the Dada movement, where he used absurdity and chance to critique the world's values. In parallel, the painter and theorist Wassily Kandinsky became a leader of the abstractionist movement. He believed that art should be an expression of spiritual experience, and he moved away from figurative representation toward complete abstraction. His works, such as Composition 7, 1913, used color and form to evoke emotions, creating a language of pure visual elements. Kandinsky's ideas about the emotional power of abstract art influenced the development of abstract expressionism and laid the groundwork for future movements in modern art. Pablo Picasso, one of the most iconic figures of the 20th century, was pivotal in the development of Cubism, a movement that redefined perspective and representation. Together with Georges Braque, Picasso fragmented the traditional viewpoint by presenting multiple angles and perspectives within a single composition. Works like Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, and Guernica, 1937, embodied his desire to break with realism and explore the geometry and abstraction of the human form. Picasso's experiments in Cubism were fundamental to the evolution of modern art. Another key figure was Salvador Dalí, whose exploration of the unconscious mind and dream imagery became synonymous with surrealism. Dalí's hyper-realistic style, combined with bizarre, fantastical scenes, as seen in works like The Persistence of Memory, 1931, opened up new realms of artistic expression, revealing the tension between reality and the irrational. His work reflected both the psychological disillusionment of the time and the desire to uncover deeper, hidden truths within the human mind. Finally, the poet and writer André Breton, known as the leader of the Surrealist movement, was instrumental in shaping the philosophical and ideological framework of avant-garde art. His Surrealist Manifesto, 1924, articulated the movement's commitment to exploring the unconscious and breaking free from the constraints of rational thought. These figures, along with many others, helped form the foundation of the avant-garde, pushing art toward new frontiers and influencing generations of artists. Their contributions remain essential to understanding the revolutionary transformations in art during the early 20th century. The transition from modern to contemporary art. The transition from modern to contemporary art represents a significant shift in both style and conceptual approach, marking the end of one era and the beginning of another. Modern art, which spanned from the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, was characterized by experimentation with form, abstraction, and a break from traditional artistic representation. It was a period driven by a desire to challenge established norms and explore new ways of seeing the world. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Henri Matisse, and Jackson Pollock pushed boundaries and sought to express the complexities of the modern world. Modernism focused heavily on individual expression, the pursuit of purity in artistic form, and the exploration of new media and techniques. By the 1950s and 1960s, however, the world had undergone significant social, political, and technological changes. The devastation of two world wars, the rise of global capitalism, and the rapid acceleration of technological advancements created new challenges for artists. As a result, artists began to feel that the modernist quest for universal truths and pure artistic expression had become increasingly outdated. This led to the emergence of postmodernism and contemporary art, movements that broke away from the ideals of modernism and embraced a more diverse, fragmented, and multidisciplinary approach to art making. Contemporary art, which began in the 1970s and continues to evolve today, is defined by its engagement with current social, cultural, and technological issues. Unlike modern art, which often focused on formal innovation and aesthetic purity, contemporary art is more concerned with concept, context, and the exploration of identity, politics, and global concerns. Artists like Andy Warhol, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and Damien Hirst moved away from traditional mediums, using everything from consumer products to installations, video art, and digital technologies. Warhol's use of mass production techniques and celebrity culture in his works, for example, exemplifies how contemporary art often engages with issues of mass media and consumerism. One of the key differences between modern and contemporary art is the shift in how art is experienced. Modern art was often confined to galleries and museums, but contemporary art has expanded beyond these boundaries, with artists engaging in public installations, performance art, and digital platforms. The interaction between the artist and the viewer is no longer passive. contemporary art often invites participation, dialogue, and critical reflection. In summary, the transition from modern to contemporary art is marked by a move away from formal experimentation toward an emphasis on conceptual exploration and engagement with the complexities of contemporary life. While modern art sought to break away from tradition, contemporary art embraces pluralism, diversity, and interactivity, reflecting a rapidly changing world. This shift represents a continuing evolution in the way art responds to and shapes cultural and social realities. Chapter 4: The Interwar Years, 1918 to 1939. The period between World War I and World War II, known as the interwar years, was a time of intense cultural, social, and political upheaval that had a profound influence on the development of modern art. The end of World War I in 1918 marked the beginning of a new era, one characterized by both disillusionment and hope. The horrors of the war, along with the political and economic instability that followed, led many artists to reconsider their roles in society and to seek new ways to express the complexities of the modern world. This period saw the continuation of avant-garde movements like Dadaism and Surrealism, as well as the emergence of new styles and ideas that would shape the future of art. One of the most significant developments during this time was the rise of Surrealism, which was heavily influenced by the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud. Surrealists, led by figures such as André Breton, Salvador Dali, and René Magritte, sought to explore the unconscious mind and to create art that was not constrained by reason or logic. Surrealist works often featured dreamlike imagery, distorted perspectives, and irrational combinations of objects, aiming to uncover hidden truths about the human psyche. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, with its melting clocks and desolate landscapes, became one of the most iconic works of the movement, symbolizing the fluidity and unpredictability of time and consciousness. Meanwhile, the rise of fascism in Europe and the growing political tensions of the 1930s had a direct impact on the art world. In Germany, the Nazi regime promoted a conservative, traditional vision of art while condemning the modernist movements that had flourished in the years before the war. The Nazis labeled avant-garde art as degenerate and sought to suppress it in favor of art that supported their ideological agenda. In response, many artists fled to other countries, particularly France and the United States, where they continued to develop new artistic languages. The trauma of war and the political instability of the interwar years were reflected in the dark, emotive works of expressionists like Ernst Ludwig Kirchner and Otto Dix, who depicted the psychological scars of war and the alienation of modern life. At the same time, the interwar years saw the rise of new artistic styles, such as Art Deco and the beginnings of abstract expressionism. Art Deco, with its emphasis on sleek lines, geometric forms, and luxurious materials, became a symbol of the optimism and modernity of the 1920s and early 1930s. Abstract artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Piet Mondrian continued to develop their ideas about geometric abstraction, laying the groundwork for the later development of abstract expressionism. The interwar years were a time of experimentation, conflict, and transformation in the art world. The turbulence of the period forced artists to confront the instability of the modern world, and the art produced during this time reflected the complexities of a rapidly changing society. Whether through the exploration of the unconscious mind, political engagement, or the search for new forms of expression, the art of the interwar years laid the foundation for the explosive developments of the mid-20th century. The development of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism emerged in the United States during the late 1940s and early 1950s, marking a profound shift in the art world. This movement was not only a stylistic break from the past, but also a reflection of the socio-political climate of post-World War II America. The horrors of the war and the ensuing Cold War tensions led many artists to search for new, more personal means of expression. Abstract Expressionism was driven by a desire to express the artist's inner emotions, subconscious mind, and subjective experiences, rejecting representational art and traditional forms of painting. It was a radical departure from the more structured and intellectual approach of European modernism, offering instead a focus on spontaneity, gesture, and individuality. The roots of abstract expressionism can be traced to several earlier movements, including surrealism and the development of automatic drawing techniques. Artists who had been influenced by the surrealists' focus on the unconscious mind found a fertile ground in the U.S., where they could experiment with new techniques. Among the movement's most influential figures were Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, and Franz Kline. Pollock, perhaps the most iconic figure of abstract expressionism, revolutionized painting with his technique of drip, or pour painting. By laying his canvas on the ground and using his entire body to direct the flow of paint, Pollock sought to create a direct connection between the artist and the canvas, with his movements and gestures serving as an expression of his emotional state. Works like Number 5, 1948, exemplified this approach, with the chaotic drips and swirls of paint evoking intense, raw emotion. Mark Rothko, on the other hand, took a different approach with his large, color-filled paintings. Rothko's works were characterized by soft, rectangular fields of color that seemed to glow and shift in the viewer's perception. His paintings were not intended to represent anything specific, but were meant to evoke a spiritual or emotional response. Rothko believed that color could communicate complex emotions, and his work sought to engage the viewer on a deeply emotional and meditative level. The term abstract expressionism was first used by art critic Robert Coates in the late 1940s, and the movement gained prominence in the 1950s, especially with the opening of the first major abstract expressionist exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1951. The movement also became associated with the rise of New York City as the new center of the art world, replacing Paris as the focal point of avant-garde art. This shift was symbolic of the broader cultural changes in America during the period, where abstract art was seen as a symbol of freedom and individualism, in contrast to the rigid conformity of the time. Abstract expressionism was a significant moment in the history of modern art, as it was one of the first movements to fully embrace the artist's subjective experience as the basis for the artwork. It paved the way for future developments in contemporary art, influencing movements like minimalism and pop art. While abstract expressionism eventually waned in the 1960s, its legacy continues to shape the way artists approach abstraction and emotional expression in their work. The growth of surrealism and symbolism. Surrealism and symbolism, two distinct yet intertwined movements, flourished in the early 20th century and had a lasting impact on the trajectory of modern art. Both movements sought to transcend the boundaries of conventional reality, focusing on exploring deeper psychological and emotional states rather than adhering to external appearances or traditional narrative structures. Though they emerged in different contexts, surrealism and symbolism shared an interest in the irrational, the dreamlike, and the unconscious. Symbolism emerged in the late 19th century primarily as a reaction against the rationalism and materialism of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of scientific thought. Symbolist artists and writers, such as Gustave Moreau, Odilon Redon, and Charles Baudelaire, sought to evoke a sense of mystery, emotion, and transcendence, often through the use of symbolic imagery and poetic forms. The symbolists were deeply influenced by the philosophy of the time, particularly the works of Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, which emphasized the importance of intuition, inner experience, and the rejection of reality's limitations. The movement rejected the constraints of naturalism and instead sought to evoke moods, dreams, and the subconscious through metaphorical and symbolic imagery. In painting, the use of intense color, Unconventional compositions and mythological or dreamlike themes allowed symbolist artists to explore the realm of the unknown, often dealing with subjects like death, the divine, and the inner workings of the human psyche. Surrealism, which grew out of Dadaism in the 1920s, was officially founded by the French poet and theorist André Breton, who defined it as pure psychic automatism. It was influenced heavily by the work of Sigmund Freud, particularly his theories on the unconscious and dreams. Surrealist artists, including Salvador Dali, René Magritte, and Max Ernst, sought to depict the unconscious mind's imagery and to tap into the primal forces of the human psyche. They were concerned with the realms of dreams, hallucinations, and irrationality, creating artworks that were often filled with bizarre juxtapositions, distorted realities, and strange figures. Dali's The Persistence of Memory, 1931, for example, features melting clocks draped over barren landscapes, evoking a sense of disorientation and fluidity, characteristic of the surrealist exploration of time and space. While surrealism evolved into its own movement by the 1920s, its roots in symbolism remained clear, especially in its engagement with the unconscious, dreams, and the emotional depth of the human experience. Both movements sought to break free from the limitations of rational thought and conventional artistic forms. The difference, however, lay in surrealism's more overt focus on the processes of the unconscious mind, while symbolism relied more on subjective, often mystical experiences. As surrealism grew in prominence, it began to encompass various media, from painting and sculpture to literature, film, and photography. The movement's exploration of the mind, the irrational, and the uncanny would influence later artistic developments, particularly in the realms of abstract expressionism, pop art, and conceptual art. The growth of both surrealism and symbolism marked a key turning point in modern art, as they opened up new pathways for artistic expression that prioritized imagination, emotion, and psychological depth over external appearances. The emergence of political art and propaganda. The emergence of political art and propaganda in the 20th century coincided with dramatic social and political changes around the world. Wars, revolutions, and the rise of new political ideologies prompted artists to engage more directly with political and social issues. Art became a powerful tool for political expression, both as a form of resistance and as a means of promoting political agendas. This period saw the development of art that was explicitly tied to the causes of nationalism, social justice, and political ideologies, often aimed at influencing public opinion and rallying support for specific causes. One of the earliest and most significant forms of political art was the propaganda used during World War I and World War II. Governments on both sides of the conflicts used art to inspire patriotism, encourage enlistment, and promote war efforts. Posters, films, and illustrations became primary tools in the dissemination of political messages, with artists such as J. Howard Miller, who created the famous "We Can Do It" poster of Rosie the Riveter, contributing to the cultural war effort. These images depicted idealized versions of soldiers and citizens working together for a common cause, reinforcing national unity and identity. Political art of this type was often highly stylized, with bold colors and simplified imagery meant to quickly capture attention and convey messages in a direct and accessible manner. In the years between the wars, the rise of totalitarian regimes also led to the production of politically charged art. In Soviet Russia, under Joseph Stalin, art became an essential part of the state apparatus. Socialist realism, the official artistic style of the Soviet Union, depicted idealized scenes of working-class life and revolutionary heroes, glorifying the state and its accomplishments. Artists like Isaac Brodsky and Alexander Gerasimov produced works that celebrated the strength of the Soviet people and the leadership of the Communist Party. Similarly, in Nazi Germany, propaganda was used to promote the ideals of Aryan supremacy, with artists like Arno Breker creating monumental sculptures that embodied the regime's vision of racial purity and power. The use of art to promote authoritarian political regimes raised serious ethical questions about the role of the artist in society, as many artists were either coerced into conforming to state expectations or were persecuted for their refusal to comply. Political art and propaganda also emerged as a form of resistance and dissent. The Mexican muralists, led by Diego Rivera, David Siqueiros, and José Clemente Orozco, used murals to promote social and political change, addressing issues like labor rights, indigenous identity, and the role of the working class in society. These large-scale works were intended to be accessible to the public, creating a visual dialogue about social injustice and political oppression. In the United States, during the Great Depression, artists associated with the Works Progress Administration, WPA, also created politically charged works that highlighted the struggles of the working class, poverty, and racial inequality. The emergence of political art and propaganda during the 20th century reflects the growing realization that art could no longer be seen as neutral or apolitical. Artists, whether supporting or challenging political regimes, used their work to engage with the pressing issues of their time. This intersection between art and politics became increasingly evident in the post-war period, as movements like pop art and conceptual art further blurred the lines between artistic expression and political commentary. Art movements in Europe and the U.S. The 20th century witnessed the development of groundbreaking art movements in both Europe and the United States, each reflecting the cultural, social, and political upheavals of the time. These movements reshaped artistic expression, breaking away from traditional conventions and embracing new approaches to form, content, and technique. While some movements were rooted in Europe, others emerged in the United States, with the two continents influencing each other in a dynamic exchange of ideas. In Europe, movements such as Cubism, Futurism, and Dadaism emerged in the early decades of the century, challenging established artistic norms. Cubism, developed by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque in France, revolutionized the representation of space and form, fragmenting objects into geometric shapes and exploring multiple perspectives within a single composition. This radical departure from the linear perspective that dominated Western art for centuries influenced countless artists and paved the way for later abstract movements. Futurism, born in Italy, emphasized speed, technology, and the dynamism of modern life. Artists like Umberto Boccioni sought to capture movement and energy, reflecting the rapid industrialization and mechanization of the time. Futurist art was often characterized by bold lines, fragmented forms, and an almost violent intensity, celebrating the machine age while rejecting the past. Meanwhile, Dadaism, which began in Zurich during World War I, was a direct response to the chaos and destruction of the war. Dada artists, including Marcel Duchamp and Hannah Huck, embraced absurdity, randomness, and anti-art sentiments, challenging the very notion of what art could be. They used unconventional materials and techniques, such as collage, ready-made objects, and performance, to critique the senselessness of war and the established cultural values that led to it. In the United States, the 1920s and 1930s saw the rise of movements like abstract expressionism and the Harlem Renaissance. Abstract expressionism, which gained prominence after World War II, was rooted in European modernist traditions, but developed its own unique identity in New York City. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning used abstract forms and spontaneous, expressive techniques to convey emotion and explore the unconscious mind. Pollock's drip paintings, for example, emphasized the act of painting itself as an expression of the artist's inner world, marking a radical departure from previous representational art. The Harlem Renaissance, which took place in the 1920s, was a cultural movement that celebrated African American culture and artistic achievements. Artists, poets, and musicians based in Harlem sought to express their unique experiences and identity through their work, blending African traditions with modernist techniques. Prominent figures such as Aaron Douglas and Archibald Motley used visual art to explore themes of race, history, and African American pride. These movements in Europe and the U.S. not only shaped the course of modern art, but also played a central role in the broader cultural shifts of the 20th century. They reflected the rapid changes in society, technology, and politics, challenging traditional notions of beauty and representation, and paving the way for the diverse artistic practices that would define contemporary art. The global exchange of ideas between artists in Europe and the U.S. helped to establish modern art as an ever-evolving and international force, continuing to resonate in the present day. Influences of the Great Depression on art. The Great Depression, which began in 1929 and lasted through the 1930s, had a profound impact on the art world, shaping both the content and the methods by which artists expressed themselves. The economic hardship, widespread unemployment, and social upheaval caused by the Depression pushed many artists to engage with the realities of the time, leading to a shift toward more socially and politically aware art. While some sought to depict the suffering and struggles of the working class, others used their art to comment on the broader issues of inequality, poverty, and the failures of capitalism. One of the most significant influences of the Great Depression on art was the rise of social realism. This movement focused on depicting the harsh realities of everyday life, particularly the struggles of the poor and disenfranchised. Artists such as Dorothea Lange, Ben Shahn, and Edward Weston captured the emotional and physical toll of the Depression on individuals and families. Lange's iconic photograph, Migrant Mother, 1936, is perhaps one of the most poignant images from this era, illustrating the despair of a mother and her children during the economic collapse. These artists used realism as a tool to communicate the human cost of economic disparity and to make a social statement about the need for change. In addition to social realism, the Federal Art Project, F8, part of the New Deal, played a key role in shaping the art produced during the Depression. The FAP provided employment for thousands of artists who were struggling to make a living. It encouraged the creation of public murals, posters, and other works that conveyed messages of hope, solidarity, and resilience. The murals painted in public buildings during this time often depicted scenes of labor, agriculture, and social progress, reflecting the values of the New Deal era. The FAP's support of the arts helped to foster a generation of artists who were committed to making art that was accessible to a broad audience and directly engaged with the issues of the day. In contrast to the social realist tradition, some artists turned to abstraction and modernist experimentation as a way of responding to the economic crisis. While the Depression's impact on society led many to focus on realism, artists like Jackson Pollock and Arshile Gorky began to explore abstract forms and expressionist techniques that would later influence the abstract expressionist movement. These artists, however, were not indifferent to the social climate of the time, but rather used abstraction as a means of expressing internal psychological states and emotional responses to the chaos of the era. The Great Depression also fostered the rise of political art, particularly within the context of leftist ideologies. Artists like Diego Rivera and Jose Clemente Orozco, though not directly part of the American scene, had a significant influence on U.S. art during this period, advocating for the rights of the working class and challenging the capitalist structures that led to economic hardship. Their murals, often created in Mexico and the United States, depicted the struggles of workers and celebrated the revolutionary potential of the masses. Ultimately, the Great Depression led to an art world that was deeply engaged with social issues, grappling with the economic hardships of the time, while offering a powerful commentary on human resilience and the potential for change. Whether through realism, abstraction, or political engagement, artists responded to the economic and social crises with a renewed sense of purpose, marking this period as one of the most transformative in modern art history. Chapter 5, Post-World War II, The Rise of Abstract Expressionism. In the aftermath of World War II, abstract expressionism emerged as a dominant force in the art world, particularly in the United States. The movement arose as a response to the trauma and devastation caused by the war, reflecting the anxiety, disillusionment, and emotional turmoil that many artists felt in the wake of global conflict. It marked a significant break from traditional artistic practices, embracing abstraction, spontaneity, and a focus on the inner emotional states of the artist. This period in art history was characterized by a rejection of representational forms and a move toward pure abstraction, emphasizing gesture, color, and texture as means of expression. Abstract expressionism was largely a New York-centered movement, with the city becoming the new capital of the art world after the war, replacing Paris. Influential artists such as Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, and Barnett Newman became the leading figures of the movement. These artists sought to express the subconscious, with many turning to surrealist ideas about the unconscious mind and automatic processes to guide their work. However, abstract expressionism moved beyond the surrealist influence, evolving into a more personal and intense exploration of the artist's inner emotional and psychological states. Jackson Pollock, one of the most iconic figures of abstract expressionism, developed his signature drip paintings, in which he applied paint to the canvas in spontaneous, rhythmic gestures. His work emphasized the physicality of the painting process itself, turning the act of creation into a visceral experience that connected the artist to the canvas. Pollock's paintings, such as Number 5, 1948, conveyed a sense of energy, chaos, and emotional release, offering viewers a glimpse into the artist's turbulent subconscious. His works exemplified the movement's focus on process over product, with the resulting abstract compositions becoming an exploration of the emotional depths of the human condition. Mark Rothko, on the other hand, took a different approach with his large color field paintings. Rather than focusing on gestural brushstrokes, Rothko's work centered on large blocks of color that seemed to vibrate and shift in the viewer's perception. His paintings, often composed of simple yet intense color contrasts, were designed to evoke deep emotional and spiritual responses. Rothko's aim was to create a sense of universality and transcendence, inviting the viewer to engage with the painting on a personal and meditative level. Abstract expressionism was not solely about individual expression. It also represented a larger cultural shift in the post-war period. As the United States rose to global prominence, abstract expressionism became a symbol of freedom and democracy, in contrast to the rigid, controlled art produced under totalitarian regimes in Europe. The movement was seen as a visual representation of the American ethos, with its emphasis on individualism, freedom, and personal expression. In addition to the visual innovations, abstract expressionism had a profound impact on the art world's institutional structures. The movement helped establish New York as the cultural hub of the art world, with the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, playing a pivotal role in promoting abstract expressionism and its key figures. The movement's success also led to the global spread of American art, influencing international artists and contributing to the rise of new art movements such as minimalism and pop art in the subsequent decades. The rise of abstract expressionism was a pivotal moment in the history of modern art. It marked a departure from representational art and signaled the growing importance of personal expression and experimentation in the creative process. The movement's legacy continues to shape contemporary art today, providing a foundation for many of the avant-garde movements that followed in the latter half of the 20th century. The influence of World War II on art. World War II had a profound and lasting impact on the world of art, both in terms of its themes and its methods of creation. The war, with its widespread devastation, loss of life, and global political shifts, led to deep reflections in the artistic community. Artists responded to the trauma, anxiety, and disillusionment generated by the war through an exploration of abstract forms, emotional expression, and the complex interplay between politics and culture. The war fundamentally reshaped the ways in which art was created, consumed, and interpreted, marking a dramatic break from earlier artistic movements. One of the most significant impacts of World War II on art was the shift toward abstraction and the rejection of representational forms. In the wake of the horrors of the war, many artists sought to move away from depicting realistic scenes or traditional subjects, choosing instead to express the emotional and psychological effects of the conflict. Abstract Expressionism, which emerged in the United States during the 1940s and 1950s, became a dominant artistic movement that was deeply influenced by the aftermath of the war. Artists like Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning turned to abstraction as a way to convey the trauma and uncertainty of the post-war world. Pollock's spontaneous, gestural drip paintings, for example, captured the chaotic energy and emotional intensity that many artists felt in the aftermath of the war, focusing on the act of painting itself as a means of self-expression. In addition to the rise of abstraction, the war also sparked a renewed interest in the political and social role of art. With the global spread of fascism and the experience of the Holocaust, many artists became increasingly aware of the power of art to convey political messages and to engage with the pressing issues of the day. This awareness led to the development of political art and the use of art as a form of resistance. Artists like Pablo Picasso and George Braque, who had already been associated with earlier modernist movements, now turned their focus to the atrocities of war. Picasso's Guernica, 1937, though painted before the war, became an emblem of anti-war sentiment and a symbol of the collective pain caused by violence and oppression. Artists involved in the Dada and Surrealist movements also took a critical stance against the war, using their work to challenge the societal values that allowed such destruction to occur. The war also altered the global art landscape in significant ways. With much of Europe in ruins, New York became the new center of the art world, as artists from Europe, including key figures like Piet Mondrian and Marc Chagall, fled to the United States to escape the conflict. As a result, the post-war period saw the rise of American art, particularly abstract expressionism, which soon gained international recognition and solidified New York's status as the capital of the art world. The war also brought about changes in the way art was presented, with the rise of modern museums and galleries that catered to new artistic forms and more experimental ways of viewing and engaging with art. World War II's influence on art can also be seen in the development of new media and technologies. Photographers like Robert Capa and Dorothea Lange used the camera to document the war's atrocities and human suffering, emphasizing the documentary role of art in times of crisis. Film, too, became a vital medium for conveying the psychological trauma of the war, with directors like Jean-Luc Godard and François Truffaut, in the years following the war, exploring the themes of alienation, disillusionment, and the emotional scars left by conflict. Ultimately, the impact of World War II on art was multifaceted, influencing artistic style, content, and the role of the artist in society. In the years following the war, artists began to grapple with questions of identity, trauma, and the role of art in the aftermath of global catastrophe. The war forced many to reconsider the purpose of art, shifting the focus from representation to emotional expression, abstraction, and social commentary, all of which continue to shape contemporary art today. The birth of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism emerged in the United States in the late 1940s and early 1950s, marking a radical departure from traditional forms of representation and narrative in art. This movement signaled the rise of New York as the new epicenter of the global art world, displacing Paris, which had long been considered the center of modern art. Abstract expressionism was a response to the trauma and emotional devastation of World War II, reflecting the feelings of anxiety, alienation, and disillusionment that dominated the post-war period. Its influence would shape the direction of contemporary art, introducing new techniques and philosophical approaches to painting that emphasize spontaneity, emotion, and individual expression. One of the core ideas behind abstract expressionism was the desire to create art that was not merely a visual representation, but rather an emotional and psychological experience. Artists sought to transcend traditional subject matter and the conventions of perspective and form, focusing instead on the act of painting itself. The physical process of creating the work was seen as a vital part of the artistic expression. Jackson Pollock, perhaps the most iconic figure of abstract expressionism, revolutionized the act of painting with his drip paintings, where he poured and dripped paint onto large canvases laid on the floor. This technique emphasized movement and physicality, allowing Pollock's unconscious impulses to guide his brushwork. His work, such as Number 5, 1948, became symbolic of the artist's emotional engagement with the canvas, offering a window into his internal landscape. Mark Rothko, another prominent figure of the movement, took a different approach with his color field paintings. Rothko's large, rectangular blocks of color aimed to evoke deep emotional responses from the viewer. The subtle variations in color created a sense of space and depth, encouraging a meditative, introspective engagement with the artwork. For Rothko, the focus was on creating a transcendent experience, allowing viewers to connect with the spiritual and emotional aspects of the work, rather than with recognizable forms or subjects. Abstract expressionism was also deeply influenced by the ideas of surrealism and the psychoanalytic theories of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, particularly the emphasis on the unconscious mind. Artists sought to tap into unconscious processes through automatic drawing, spontaneous brushstrokes, and the act of creation itself. They rejected the idea that art should represent the external world, instead prioritizing the artist's inner emotional state. The movement gained recognition as the art world's dominant force after the 1940s, particularly through the work of the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, and influential critics like Clement Greenberg, who championed the abstract qualities of modern art. Abstract expressionism became synonymous with American culture in the post-war era, reflecting the country's ideals of freedom and individualism. The birth of abstract expressionism marked a radical shift in the trajectory of modern art. It broke away from earlier forms of representational art and opened the door for subsequent developments in contemporary art, including minimalism, pop art, and conceptual art. Its legacy continues to shape artistic practices today, as the movement's emphasis on the emotional and physical process of creation still resonates with artists worldwide. Key artists: Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Willem de Kooning. Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning are often considered the pioneers of abstract expressionism, each contributing uniquely to the movement and its development. Their works marked a significant shift away from traditional artistic representation, focusing instead on emotion, process, and the exploration of the subconscious mind. While their styles and approaches to abstraction differed, all three artists played vital roles in defining the course of 20th century art. Jackson Pollock's work became synonymous with the abstract expressionist movement. His innovative technique of drip painting radically redefined the act of painting itself. Instead of using a traditional easel, Pollock placed large canvases on the floor and used brushes, sticks, and even his hands to pour and drip paint onto the surface. This allowed him to work intuitively, creating dynamic, gestural compositions that emphasized movement and physicality. Pollock's paintings, such as Number 5, 1948, embody a sense of chaos and energy, but they are also deeply personal, reflecting the artist's emotional and psychological states. His abstract works were seen as an exploration of the unconscious, drawing on ideas from surrealism and psychoanalysis. Pollock's ability to express raw emotion through his dramatic, seemingly spontaneous gestures has made him one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. Mark Rothko, another key figure in abstract expressionism, approached abstraction with a more meditative and spiritual sensibility. Known for his color field paintings, Rothko created large canvases dominated by simple, rectangular blocks of color. His works, such as Number 61, Rust and Blue, evoke deep emotional resonance, aiming to create a contemplative, almost transcendent experience for the viewer. Rothko believed that color itself could be a vehicle for emotional expression, and that the power of his paintings lay in their ability to connect the viewer to a sense of the sublime. His work was often seen as a search for spiritual transcendence and was informed by his interest in philosophy, religion, and human emotion. Willem de Kooning, a Dutch-American artist, was one of the movement's most dynamic and controversial figures. His work combined elements of abstraction and figuration, often depicting distorted, fragmented human forms. His famous series of woman paintings, such as Woman Eye, 1950 to 1952, shocked viewers with their aggressive brushstrokes and confrontational depictions of the female figure. De Kooning's approach to abstraction was rooted in his intense engagement with the human body and its physicality. His work balanced chaotic, expressive mark-making with a deep sensitivity to form and composition. His emphasis on gesture and the psychological complexity of the human figure made him a central figure in the abstract expressionist movement. Together, Pollock, Rothko, and de Kooning helped shape abstract expressionism, each contributing a unique approach to abstraction. Pollock's explosive action painting, Rothko's emotional color fields, and de Kooning's dynamic balance of figuration and abstraction all pushed the boundaries of what art could be. Their works continue to influence contemporary artists and serve as a testament to the power of abstract art in expressing the complexities of human experience. The shift from Europe to New York as the art capital. The shift of the art world's epicenter from Europe to New York occurred in the mid-20th century, largely as a result of the aftermath of World War II. Before the war, Paris had been the global capital of art, a city where the avant-garde movements thrived and attracted artists from around the world. However, by the late 1940s and early 1950s, New York had emerged as the new center of the art world, a change influenced by a variety of political, social, and cultural factors. The devastation caused by World War II, particularly the rise of Nazi occupation across much of Europe, had a direct impact on the art world. Many European artists fled the continent to escape political instability, persecution, and the physical destruction of artistic institutions. As a result, New York became a haven for artists, critics, and curators who were seeking new opportunities. Notable figures like Piet Mondrian, Marc Chagall, and other European émigrés found refuge in New York, contributing to the cultural vibrancy of the city and cementing its role in the global art scene. The city's rapid industrialization, economic growth, and increasing prominence as a global cultural hub made it a natural setting for a new wave of artistic innovation. New York's accessibility to galleries, museums, and intellectual circles played a key role in the development of abstract expressionism, which emerged as the dominant artistic movement of the post-war era. The Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, was instrumental in promoting abstract expressionism, championing American artists such as Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rothko. These artists, supported by the museum and the burgeoning New York art scene, quickly gained international acclaim. The city provided an environment where artists were free to experiment, driven by a sense of artistic freedom that was less constrained than in post-war Europe. In addition to the influx of European talent, the political climate of the time also played a significant role in New York's rise as the new art capital. The United States, as a victorious global power, positioned itself as a beacon of democracy, freedom, and cultural expression in contrast to the authoritarian regimes in Europe. The abstract art movement, which focused on personal expression and individualism, aligned with these American ideals, further solidifying New York as the center of modern art. By the 1950s, New York had firmly established itself as the new capital of the art world. The city's galleries, such as the Sidney Janis Gallery and the Leo Castelli Gallery, became launching pads for new artistic movements, and it became home to the influential circle of artists and critics who shaped the direction of contemporary art. New York's cultural landscape became synonymous with innovation and experimentation, laying the foundation for later movements like pop art, minimalism, and conceptual art. The shift from Europe to New York as the art capital was not merely a geographical change, but also a reflection of broader shifts in the cultural, political, and social landscape of the mid-20th century. New York's embrace of avant-garde movements and its burgeoning art scene ultimately redefined the global art world, marking the city as the central stage for the most transformative period in modern art history. The role of the critic in post-war art. In the post-war period, particularly during the rise of abstract expressionism, the role of the art critic became increasingly influential in shaping the trajectory of modern art. Critics not only guided public perception and interpretation of new artistic movements, but also played a crucial role in determining which artists would achieve prominence in the ever-evolving art world. Their voices were instrumental in validating and legitimizing the emerging styles and helping to position New York as the center of the global art scene. With the emergence of abstract expressionism in the late 1940s and 1950s, the role of the critic shifted from merely describing or evaluating works of art to interpreting and theorizing about the deeper meanings behind the abstract forms. Art critics such as Clement Greenberg, Harold Rosenberg, and Robert Hughes became central figures in this transformation. They were not just passive observers, but active participants in the cultural discourse, shaping the understanding of the art and its significance. Clement Greenberg, one of the most prominent critics of the time, championed the work of artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, viewing abstract expressionism as a breakthrough in the pursuit of pure, autonomous art. Greenberg's advocacy for formalism emphasized the importance of a work's materials, techniques, and composition, and he argued that art should focus on its essential qualities without the distraction of external subject matter or narrative. His writings reinforced the idea that the artist's gesture and the physical act of painting were central to the creative process. Greenberg's influence extended beyond criticism into the institutional sphere, where his endorsement helped secure exhibitions and museum shows for artists he supported, effectively determining their place in the art historical canon. Meanwhile, Harold Rosenberg brought a different perspective to the discussion, focusing on the psychological and emotional aspects of abstract expressionism. He famously described the act of painting as an arena in which to act, emphasizing the dynamic performative nature of the work. Rosenberg's interpretation of painting as a deeply personal and existential process helped shift the focus from formal analysis to the artist's inner experience and subjective reality. His work as a critic positioned the artist as the central figure in the creative process, redefining art as a vehicle for personal expression. Critics also played a pivotal role in navigating the cultural and political dimensions of post-war art. The rise of the United States as a global superpower after World War II aligned with the promotion of abstract expressionism, which was seen by many as a reflection of democratic freedom, individualism, and the American spirit. The critics who supported abstract expressionism, especially in the context of the Cold War, helped align the movement with broader ideological struggles, positioning it as a form of cultural resistance against the rigidity of Soviet realism and totalitarianism. In the post-war years, critics served as gatekeepers, defining what was considered important or revolutionary in art. Their influence extended beyond the written word. They helped curate exhibitions, select artworks for collections, and sometimes even directly shape the careers of artists. Critics like Greenberg and Rosenberg were not merely commentators on art. They were active players in the art world's shifting dynamics, determining what would be remembered and what would be forgotten. Their contributions cemented their place in the history of modern art, illustrating how criticism, theory, and art were deeply intertwined in the post-war cultural landscape. Chapter 6: Pop Art and Consumer Culture. Pop art emerged in the 1950s and 1960s as a response to the growing influence of consumer culture, mass media, and the rise of advertising. This movement, which originated in both the United States and Britain, challenged traditional notions of fine art by incorporating imagery from popular culture, such as advertisements, comic strips, and everyday consumer products. Pop artists were particularly interested in blurring the lines between high art and low culture, drawing inspiration from the world of mass production and consumerism. The movement signified a departure from the abstract forms of abstract expressionism, embracing bright colors, bold lines, and a playful approach to art. One of the most prominent figures in pop art was Andy Warhol, whose works reflected his fascination with consumer products, celebrity culture, and the mass production of imagery. Warhol's famous Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and his portrait series of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and Elizabeth Taylor turned mundane consumer products and media images into fine art, suggesting that mass-produced objects could be just as worthy of artistic consideration as traditional subjects like landscapes or portraits. Warhol's practice of replicating commercial images, often in multiple variations, explored ideas of repetition, mass production, and the commodification of art. His work reflected the era's obsession with consumer goods, fame, and the superficial nature of contemporary society, making him a central figure in the pop art movement. Roy Lichtenstein, another key figure in pop art, drew inspiration from comic books, using their bold, graphic style to create large-scale paintings that elevated the comic strip to the level of fine art. His works, such as Wham! 1963, used the techniques of commercial printing, including Ben-Day dots, to mimic the look of comic book panels. Lichtenstein's art was often ironic, poking fun at the cliches of popular culture and elevating it to a level of cultural commentary. By appropriating commercial imagery, he challenged the idea of originality in art and questioned the value of mass-produced images in a consumer-driven society. Pop art also introduced a more accessible and democratic approach to art. By using imagery from advertising, packaging, and entertainment, artists were making art that was relatable to the masses, breaking down the elitist barriers that had long existed between the art world and popular culture. The movement was characterized by a sense of irony, humor, and playfulness, making it both a reflection of and a critique of the increasingly consumer-oriented society of the post-war years. At the heart of pop art was a fascination with the power of mass media and consumerism in shaping public consciousness. The movement mirrored the boom of consumer culture in the 1950s and 1960s as technological advancements in printing, television, and advertising transformed society. Pop artists explored how consumer goods, celebrity culture, and mass media influenced individual identity, desires, and social values. In doing so, they examined the role of art in an increasingly commercialized world, questioning whether art could still maintain its authenticity in a culture dominated by mass production and commercial interests. In conclusion, pop art played a significant role in redefining the relationship between art and consumer culture. By embracing imagery from popular culture and mass media, artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein made art that was at once playful, subversive, and deeply critical of the growing commodification of society. Through their use of consumerist iconography, they challenged traditional distinctions between high and low art and forced the art world to confront the implications of mass culture in shaping contemporary life. The impact of consumerism and mass media. The rise of consumerism and mass media in the post-World War II era had a profound effect on society and culture, influencing various art movements, particularly pop art, As consumer goods, advertising, and mass media became central to daily life, they reshaped the way individuals interacted with the world and their understanding of identity, status, and value. The impact of consumerism and mass media on art was particularly significant during the 1950s and 1960s, a time when the commercial world and mass communication channels, like television and magazines, began to dominate cultural narratives. The economic boom after World War II led to an explosion in consumer products and advertising. As industries flourished and mass production grew, consumers were encouraged to acquire material goods, and advertising played a central role in shaping desires and aspirations. Mass media, with its ubiquitous presence in homes through television and print media, became a powerful tool in promoting consumer culture. It played a key role in shaping the perceptions of beauty, success, and desirability, often creating a standard of living tied to the accumulation of goods. The media's pervasive influence on everyday life and its ability to communicate uniform messages to a wide audience made it a dominant force in shaping both individual identities and collective societal values. This widespread consumerism and the increasing saturation of mass media imagery directly impacted artists, particularly those in the pop art movement. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton began to appropriate imagery from advertisements, comic strips, and consumer products, reflecting the growing dominance of consumer culture in the modern world. Warhol's iconic Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and Lichtenstein's comic-inspired works transformed commercial images into art, elevating them to the realm of high culture. These artists blurred the boundaries between high art and low culture, embracing mass-produced objects and media icons as legitimate artistic subjects. Pop art responded to the omnipresence of consumer products and media by questioning the way society consumed these symbols of modernity. Warhol's repeated images of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe and his fascination with the process of repetition in mass production explored the idea of art as a commodity. His works reflected how mass media and consumerism shaped the cult of celebrity, turning individuals into products to be consumed by the public. The impact of mass media on art was also visible in the way artists used the language of advertising and popular culture to engage viewers. Artists like Hamilton and Jasper Johns adopted familiar visual cues from advertisements, billboards, and packaging, which were instantly recognizable to the public. In doing so, they not only commented on the pervasiveness of consumer culture, but also critiqued its commodification of both art and human experience. In conclusion, consumerism and mass media had a profound effect on the development of modern art, especially pop art, by integrating the symbols and icons of popular culture into artistic expression. These forces changed the way people interacted with art and culture, encouraging a dialogue between the worlds of commerce, media, and fine art. The work of artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein revealed the complexities of a society increasingly shaped by mass-produced images, consumer goods, and media-driven ideals. Through their art, they challenged the boundaries of taste, class, and value in the evolving world of consumerism. Key figures: Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, Jasper Johns. Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Jasper Johns are three of the most influential artists in the pop art movement. Each brought a distinct approach to incorporating elements of consumer culture, mass media, and popular iconography into their work. Through their innovative practices, they challenged traditional boundaries between high art and popular culture, transforming the art world and how society viewed art itself. Andy Warhol is perhaps the most iconic figure associated with pop art. Warhol's work was deeply influenced by the rise of mass production and consumerism, and he famously blurred the lines between art and commerce. One of his signature techniques was the repetition of familiar commercial imagery, such as his famous Campbell's soup cans, 1962, where he replicated the design of everyday supermarket products. By elevating these mundane objects to the status of art, Warhol questioned traditional notions of originality and the uniqueness of art. Warhol's fascination with celebrity culture was also a major part of his work, seen in his series of portraits of Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and other pop culture icons. Through his use of silkscreen printing, Warhol was able to mass produce his art, echoing the very processes of consumerism he critiqued. His famous mantra, "In the future, everyone will be world famous for 15 minutes," encapsulated his belief that fame, like consumer goods, could be manufactured and commodified. Roy Lichtenstein, another central figure in pop art, was known for his use of comic book imagery. His works, such as Wham! 1963, featured bold graphic lines, bright colors, and Ben-Day dots, techniques used in the production of comic books and mass-market illustrations. Lichtenstein's art brought the aesthetics of lowbrow culture into the gallery, making them a subject of intellectual and artistic discourse. His ironic use of commercial techniques and imagery transformed the comic strip into fine art, questioning the distinction between the two and critiquing the mass production of art and ideas in contemporary society. Lichtenstein's work often had a playful, tongue-in-cheek quality, highlighting the absurdity of consumer culture and the commercialization of art. Jasper Johns, while not strictly a pop artist, was an important figure in the movement, and his work helped bridge the gap between abstract expressionism and pop art. Known for his iconic depictions of familiar symbols, such as the American flag, targets, and numbers, Johns infused everyday imagery with a sense of abstraction and significance. His work was marked by its exploration of perception and meaning, and he frequently used encaustic, a wax-based medium, to create texture and depth. Through his reimagining of common symbols, Johns raised questions about the nature of representation and the way in which images are constructed and understood. While not as overtly commercial as Warhol's or Lichtenstein's work, Johns' use of recognizable, mass-produced symbols aligned with the pop art movement's challenge to the traditional separation between fine art and popular culture. Together, these three artists helped redefine the boundaries of art in the post-war era. Warhol's focus on repetition and consumerism, Lichtenstein's comic book-inspired paintings, and Johns' use of iconic American symbols all played a crucial role in the rise of pop art. They brought new vitality to the art world, reflecting and critiquing the impact of mass production, media, and consumer culture on modern life. Through their work, they demonstrated that art could emerge from any corner of culture, challenging preconceived notions about what art should be and how it should be valued. The use of mass production techniques in art. The use of mass production techniques in art became a hallmark of the pop art movement, allowing artists to challenge traditional notions of originality, craftsmanship, and the uniqueness of the artistic object. In the post-World War II era, the rise of consumer culture and mass media transformed the way people interacted with products, advertising, and images. Artists such as Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton embraced these techniques, incorporating the methods of commercial production into their creative processes to question the relationship between art and consumerism. One of the most influential approaches to mass production in art was Andy Warhol's use of silkscreen printing. Warhol famously adopted this industrial technique, which was used to produce multiple copies of images in a commercial setting, to create artworks such as his iconic Campbell's soup cans, 1962, and portraits of celebrities like Marilyn Monroe. By using silkscreens, Warhol was able to replicate images in a way that mimicked the repetition and uniformity of mass production. This process not only allowed him to produce multiple versions of the same image, but also emphasized the idea that art could be manufactured and consumed just like a consumer product. Warhol's use of mass production techniques challenged the traditional notion that art must be unique and singular, instead elevating the idea of repetition and mechanical production as a valid form of artistic expression. Roy Lichtenstein, another key figure in the pop art movement, employed mass production techniques by borrowing imagery from comic books and advertisements. Lichtenstein utilized the Ben-Day dot technique, a printing method that was originally used in commercial lithographs and newspapers to create shading and textures. By reproducing this technique in his large-scale paintings, Lichtenstein mimicked the visual language of mass-produced images, transforming them into fine art. Works like Wham! 1963, and Drowning Girl, 1963, used the visual vocabulary of comics and commercial illustration, giving them a heightened cultural significance. Lichtenstein's work interrogated the way mass media, particularly comics and advertisements, shape public consciousness, while also embracing the techniques used to produce these images. Richard Hamilton, often considered a precursor to pop art, was another artist who engaged with the idea of mass production in his work. His 1956 collage, "Just What Is It That Makes Today's Homes So Different, So Appealing?" is a seminal example of how mass-produced imagery was used to critique the commodification of daily life. Hamilton's collage combined advertisements, images of consumer goods, and popular media to create a commentary on the excesses and superficiality of consumer culture. By assembling mass-produced images into an artistic context, Hamilton's work highlighted the way in which these images saturated everyday life, influencing perceptions of taste, status, and identity. The embrace of mass production techniques in art had a profound impact on the relationship between art and society. It democratized the production of art by moving away from the notion of the artist as a solitary genius, and instead embraced the idea of art as a commodity, produced in multiples for consumption. This approach reflected the growing influence of consumer culture and mass media in the post-war world, where images, products, and ideas were increasingly commodified and standardized. Through their use of mass production techniques, pop artists blurred the lines between high art and popular culture, inviting the viewer to consider the implications of a society increasingly shaped by mass media, advertising, and consumerism. The merging of high and low culture. The merging of high and low culture is one of the defining characteristics of the pop art movement, fundamentally challenging traditional distinctions between elite and popular forms of artistic expression. Prior to the mid-20th century, the art world maintained a clear hierarchy, with high culture referring to classical, fine art, such as painting, sculpture, and architecture, and low culture associated with mass-produced items, such as advertisements, comic strips, and popular entertainment. However, artists in the pop art movement sought to dissolve these boundaries, arguing that the imagery and symbols of everyday life, as seen in consumer products and mass media, were just as worthy of artistic exploration as traditional artistic subjects. One of the most significant ways this merging took place was through the appropriation of consumer imagery and mass media in works of fine art. Artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Richard Hamilton embraced the visual language of advertisements, comic books, and even household products, bringing them into the realm of art galleries and museums. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, for example, took an everyday grocery store item and transformed it into an iconic piece of art, elevating a lowly consumer product to the status of high art. By repeating the image of the soup can across multiple canvases, Warhol mirrored the repetitiveness of mass production, suggesting that even mundane consumer goods could hold artistic value. Roy Lichtenstein's work also exemplified this merging of high and low culture. His paintings, such as Wham! 1963, borrowed directly from comic books, using their bold lines, benday dots, and bright colors to create large-scale, fine art versions of the comics that had been considered a form of popular commercial entertainment. By transforming these low art forms into high art, Lichtenstein challenged the notion that comics were simply a form of juvenile entertainment. He elevated them to a serious artistic genre, raising questions about the nature of art, authorship, and cultural value. Richard Hamilton's 1956 collage, "Just What Is It That Makes Today's Home So Different, So Appealing?" also engaged with this blending of cultural hierarchies. Hamilton's collage incorporated mass media imagery, advertisements, and images of consumer products to comment on the consumer-driven culture of the time. By placing these elements within the context of a fine art collage, Hamilton demonstrated how pervasive and influential low culture had become, pushing viewers to reconsider what could be classified as art. The merging of high and low culture in pop art ultimately reflected a broader shift in post-war society. With the rise of consumerism, mass media, and advertising, the lines between art, culture, and commerce became increasingly blurred. Pop artists recognized that art no longer needed to be an exclusive or elitist domain, and that popular culture and mass-produced imagery were vital parts of contemporary life. By embracing these elements, they transformed the art world, making it more inclusive, accessible, and relevant to the everyday experiences of modern audiences. Through this radical approach, pop art not only democratized art, but also challenged cultural hierarchies and the traditional ideals of what art could be. The blending of high and low culture was a defining feature of the movement, one that emphasized the importance of all forms of expression in an increasingly media-saturated and consumer-oriented society. Pop art's response to abstraction. Pop art emerged in the mid-20th century as a vibrant and direct response to the dominant art movements of the time, particularly abstract expressionism. While abstract expressionism, with its emphasis on spontaneity, individualism, and emotional intensity, dominated the art world in the 1940s and 1950s, pop art took a radically different approach by incorporating the imagery and aesthetics of mass culture, consumerism, and popular media into the realm of fine art. The pop art movement's response to abstraction was multifaceted, challenging the very ideals that abstract expressionism upheld and proposing a more accessible, visually engaging, and culturally relevant approach to art. One of the most significant differences between abstract expressionism and pop art was their treatment of subject matter. Abstract expressionists, such as Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Willem de Kooning, focused on abstract forms, creating emotionally charged works that emphasized the process of painting itself and sought to express inner psychological states. These artists believed that abstraction was a means of transcending the physical world, encouraging viewers to engage with their art on an emotional or subconscious level. In contrast, pop artists like Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and Claes Oldenburg embraced imagery from popular culture, advertisements, comic strips, mass-produced objects, and celebrities, rejecting the abstraction of the previous decade in favor of something more immediately recognizable and accessible. Pop art's response to abstraction was not only thematic, but also formal. While abstract expressionism relied heavily on gestural brushstrokes, spontaneous mark-making, and the exploration of texture and form, pop art artists employed clean lines, bright colors, and the techniques of commercial production, such as silkscreen printing, lithography, and advertising imagery. Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, 1962, and Lichtenstein's Wham, 1963, demonstrated a focus on bold, graphic images and precise reproductions, often taken from the world of advertising and mass media. This was a stark contrast to the expressive, often chaotic brushwork of abstract expressionism. Pop art also responded to abstraction by offering a critique of the art world itself. The emotional and intellectual intensity that was a hallmark of abstract expressionism was often seen as elitist and difficult for the general public to access. Pop art, on the other hand, sought to bring art closer to the people by drawing from the everyday visual language of consumer goods, entertainment, and mass media. Artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein not only borrowed from popular culture, but also questioned the value of traditional fine art in a society increasingly dominated by commercialism and mass production. In this way, pop art's response to abstraction was both a rejection of its emotional depth and intellectual complexity, and a celebration of the visual culture that was shaping modern life. By embracing the mundane, the commercial, and the mass-produced, pop art democratized the concept of what could be considered art. It shifted the focus from private, introspective expression to the shared, collective experience of contemporary culture. Through this lens, Pop art not only responded to abstract expressionism, but also redefined the role of art in an increasingly consumer-driven world. Chapter 7: Minimalism and Conceptual Art. Minimalism and conceptual art emerged in the 1960s as reactions against the emotional intensity and complexity of previous art movements, such as abstract expressionism and pop art. Both movements sought to strip art down to its essential components, emphasizing simplicity, process, and the ideas behind the work, rather than the artist's personal expression or the use of traditional artistic media. These movements fundamentally redefined the purpose and nature of art in the post-war era, moving away from aesthetic beauty and emotional depth to focus on the concepts and materials themselves. Minimalism, often associated with artists like Donald Judd, Dan Flavin, and Frank Stella, was characterized by a rejection of complexity and ornamentation in favor of clean, geometric forms and industrial materials. Minimalist artists sought to reduce art to its most basic elements: line, form, color, and texture. Their works often consisted of simple shapes, such as cubes, rectangles, and columns, made from materials like steel, plexiglass, and fluorescent light tubes. The goal was to create art that was free from any external meaning or emotional content. Instead, minimalism focused on the relationship between the artwork and the space around it, as well as the viewer's physical experience with the piece. The artwork was no longer seen as a window into the artist's inner world, but as an object in its own right, independent of narrative or personal expression. Conceptual art, which emerged alongside minimalism, placed a greater emphasis on the idea or concept behind the artwork rather than its aesthetic form or materiality. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Yoko Ono were central to this movement. They believed that the concept of the work was the most important aspect of the art, with the physical object often becoming secondary or even irrelevant. For example, in LeWitt's wall drawings, 1968, the artist provided a set of instructions for others to execute, making the process and idea of creation more important than the final product. Similarly, Kosuth's 1 in 3 chairs, 1965, presented a physical chair, a photograph of the chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair, challenging viewers to question the nature of representation and meaning in art. Both minimalism and conceptual art rejected the emotional subjectivity and the focus on representation found in earlier movements. Instead, they emphasized objectivity, clarity, and the intellectual engagement of the viewer. By minimizing the physical and emotional elements traditionally associated with art, both movements questioned the very nature of what art could be. They pushed the boundaries of artistic expression and opened up new possibilities for how art could be experienced, understood, and interpreted. In doing so, minimalism and conceptual art played a crucial role in expanding the definition of art. They contributed to a broader understanding of art as an intellectual pursuit, focused not just on visual pleasure or emotional resonance, but on exploring new ways of thinking and experiencing the world. These movements laid the foundation for many of the experimental and boundary-pushing practices that would follow in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. The emergence of minimalism in the 1960s. Minimalism emerged in the 1960s as a radical departure from the expressive, emotionally charged works of abstract expressionism and the consumer-driven imagery of pop art. This new movement, which embraced simplicity and an emphasis on form, was rooted in a desire to strip away the excesses and subjectivity that had dominated the art world in the previous decades. Minimalist artists sought to create art that was purely about the object itself, focusing on geometry, industrial materials, and a lack of narrative or emotional content. The movement rejected the idea that art needed to express personal emotion or convey deep symbolic meaning. Instead, it was interested in the object's physical presence and the way it interacted with the space around it. The rise of minimalism can be understood in the context of broader cultural shifts during the 1960s, including the increasing prominence of consumerism, mass production, and industrial design. Artists such as Donald Judd, Frank Stella, and Dan Flavin sought to break free from traditional art forms and embrace new, non-traditional materials and techniques. For instance, Judd's geometric sculptures made from industrial materials such as steel and plexiglass, and Stella's use of shaped canvases in stark, flat colors, exemplified the minimalist rejection of depth, narrative, and emotion. Rather than being about the artist's inner life or a metaphor for something else, these works emphasize the visual and physical qualities of the materials themselves. Minimalism's emphasis on geometric forms and the use of simple, repetitive patterns was also a reaction against the complex and subjective nature of abstract expressionism. Where abstract expressionism was characterized by spontaneous brushstrokes, dynamic compositions, and deep emotional content, minimalism took a more restrained approach. Artists intentionally avoided traditional artistic techniques like shading, perspective, and illusionism. Instead, their works focused on basic shapes, such as squares, rectangles, and circles, often repeated in variations to create a sense of rhythm and harmony. This approach rejected the notion of the artist as an emotional or intellectual conduit, and instead emphasized the objective nature of the artwork itself. One of the key aspects of minimalism was the way in which it transformed the viewer's experience of art. Minimalist works were often large and installed in such a way that they engaged with the surrounding space, making the viewer's perception of the object and the environment an integral part of the artwork. This relationship between the art and its physical context was central to the movement, as it encouraged an awareness of space, form, and perception rather than emotional engagement with the content. In this way, minimalism represented a fundamental shift in the purpose and nature of art. By focusing on simplicity and materiality, it challenged the conventions of traditional artistic practice and offered a new way of experiencing and interpreting art. This stripped-down aesthetic influenced a wide range of artistic practices and remains one of the most important movements in the development of modern and contemporary art. Key artists and their minimalist works. Minimalism, emerging in the 1960s, was shaped by a group of innovative artists who embraced simplicity, geometric forms, and industrial materials to create artworks that focused on the physical presence of the object itself. Key figures such as Donald Judd, Frank Stella, Dan Flavin, and Carl Andre were central to the movement, each contributing unique approaches that redefined the art world's understanding of form, space, and materiality. Donald Judd is perhaps the most prominent figure in minimalism, known for his geometric sculptures made from industrial materials like steel, plexiglass, and aluminum. Judd's works, such as Untitled, Stack, 1967, exemplified the minimalist ethos by focusing on repetition, precise geometry, and the inherent qualities of the materials. His pieces, often modular and arranged in simple repetitive patterns, emphasize the artwork's objecthood, rather than any symbolic or emotional meaning. Judd's work removed any sense of illusion or narrative, focusing instead on the physicality of the art and its relationship to the space it occupied. Frank Stella, another key minimalist artist, famously stated that what you see is what you see, reinforcing the minimalist focus on pure visual experience. Stella's early work, particularly his Black Painting series, 1958, stripped away any illusion of depth or dimension, opting for flat, uniform surfaces. Later, in his Protractor series, 1967, Stella introduced bright colors and complex geometric shapes, but still adhered to the principles of minimalism by emphasizing pattern and form over content. His work was characterized by its use of simple shapes and the careful arrangement of color and space, creating a sense of order and clarity. Dan Flavin's minimalist work involved the use of fluorescent light tubes, which he arranged in simple, often grid-like configurations. His most iconic pieces, such as The Nominal Three to William of Ockham, 1963, used the light tube as both a medium and a sculptural element, casting light and shadow into the surrounding space and altering the viewer's perception of the environment. Flavin's work focused on the interaction between light, space, and the architecture in which it was placed, creating dynamic, site-specific installations. Carl Andre was known for his floor-based sculptures made from industrial materials like bricks, metal plates, and wooden tiles. His works, such as Equivalent Thate, 1966, used repeated, ordered arrangements of simple materials to engage with the space they occupied. By placing his works directly on the floor, Andre broke with the tradition of hanging sculptures on walls, emphasizing the relationship between the viewer, the material, and the space in which the sculpture existed. Together, these artists reshaped the art world by rejecting the emotive, narrative-driven works of previous movements. Instead, they focused on purity of form, the material itself, and the way art interacted with its environment, creating a more objective and intellectual approach to artistic creation. Their minimalist works continue to influence and challenge contemporary art practices, making them central figures in the development of 20th century art. The rise of conceptual art and its theories. Conceptual art emerged in the 1960s as a direct challenge to traditional artistic practices, particularly the emphasis on aesthetics, materiality, and the artist's subjective expression. Instead, it placed the focus on the idea or concept behind the artwork, arguing that the intellectual content of the art was more important than the physical object itself. This movement signaled a profound shift in the art world, where the boundaries of what could be considered art were broadened to include not only finished artworks, but also the processes, instructions, and ideas that could lead to them. It was, in essence, an intellectual movement that questioned the very definition of art. The origins of conceptual art can be traced to the works of artists who rejected the emotional and formalist concerns of abstract expressionism and the consumerist imagery of pop art. Artists like Sol LeWitt, Joseph Kosuth, and Yoko Ono were central figures in this movement, each contributing unique theoretical approaches to what art could be. LeWitt's work, for instance, often took the form of instructions or diagrams for others to execute. In Wall Drawing No. 1, 1968, he outlined the idea of a drawing that could be recreated by anyone following his instructions. This approach shifted the focus from the artist's physical hand to the intellectual concept of the artwork itself. Joseph Kosuth's 1 and 3 Chairs, 1965, is another seminal example of conceptual art, where the artwork consisted of a physical chair, a photograph of that chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair. By using this simple object and its representations, Kosuth raised questions about the nature of meaning, language, and representation. The viewer was asked to consider not just the object itself, but the idea of what a chair is and how it is understood through different forms of representation. One of the key theories behind conceptual art was the belief that art should be about ideas rather than the creation of aesthetic objects. This theory was encapsulated in the writings of artists and theorists like LeWitt, who argued that the idea becomes a machine that makes the art. This meant that the concept of the artwork could exist independently of the artist's hand or the finished product. Conceptual art thus aimed to challenge the commodification of art by shifting attention away from the object and towards the intellectual process behind it. The rise of conceptual art was also linked to the broader intellectual climate of the 1960s, with its increasing emphasis on theory, philosophy of traditional institutions. It borrowed heavily from structuralist and post-structuralist ideas, questioning the stability of meaning and the role of the viewer in interpreting art. By focusing on ideas and concepts rather than materiality, conceptual art democratized the creation and appreciation of art, opening up new possibilities for engagement with the art world. In sum, conceptual art fundamentally changed the trajectory of modern art by prioritizing ideas over form and encouraging a more cerebral approach to art making. Its impact can still be seen in many contemporary art practices, which continue to explore the intersection of thought, theory, and art in innovative ways. The relationship between art and language. The relationship between art and language has long been a subject of interest and debate within the art world, particularly with the rise of conceptual art in the 1960s. As artists began to shift their focus from traditional forms and materials to the ideas behind the works, language became a central tool for exploring the boundaries and meanings of art. This relationship challenged the traditional notion that art should be solely a visual or sensory experience. By incorporating language into their artworks, artists questioned how meaning is constructed, how ideas are communicated, and how language can shape our understanding of reality. The relationship between art and language can be traced back to the early 20th century, with movements like Dada and Surrealism incorporating text and words into their visual works. However, it was with the rise of conceptual art that language truly became a key component of the artistic process. For artists like Joseph Kosuth, language itself became a medium for artistic expression. In his iconic work, One and Three Chairs, 1965, Kosuth used a physical chair, a photograph of the chair, and a dictionary definition of the word chair to explore the relationship between object, image, and language. This work invited viewers to consider how language defines our understanding of objects and concepts, questioning the relationship between what we see and what we know through words. The use of language in art goes beyond just the literal text within the artwork. It extends to how language structures meaning and how meaning is interpreted. Artists such as Sol LeWitt, who is known for his instructions-based works, used language to guide the creation of art, demonstrating that the concept or idea behind the work could be as significant as the object itself. LeWitt's wall drawings, where the artist provided written instructions for others to execute, illustrated how language could function as a blueprint for the artwork, making the act of communication the focus of the creative process. Language in art also has a philosophical dimension, particularly in the work of artists like Lawrence Weiner and Barbara Kruger, who use text to critique societal structures, cultural norms, and ideologies. In this context, language becomes a tool for deconstructing established meanings and exposing the layers of interpretation that shape our perceptions of the world. Kruger's Your Body is a Battleground, 1989, combines text with imagery to address issues of gender and power, emphasizing how language and visual elements work together to challenge dominant narratives. Overall, the relationship between art and language transformed the way art was produced and experienced. By integrating language into their work, artists expanded the boundaries of artistic expression, making the conceptual and the intellectual as important as the visual and the emotional. Language in art continues to be a powerful means of communication and critique, reinforcing the idea that art is not just about what is seen, but also about how we understand and interpret the world around us. The challenge to traditional notions of art. Throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, artists consistently challenged traditional notions of art, reshaping the very definition of what art could be. This evolution began with movements that rejected the conventions of representation, narrative, and emotional expression, and sought to reimagine art as an intellectual, conceptual, and often participatory experience. The challenge to traditional ideas of art was not just about breaking formal rules. It was about questioning the role of the artist, the viewer, and the institutional structures that defined and supported art. One of the first major challenges came from movements like Dada and Surrealism, which defied the expectations of order and meaning in art. Dada artists, in particular, rejected the logic and rationality of the time, which they believed had contributed to the horrors of World War I. Their works often embraced randomness, absurdity, and the irrational, using collage, found objects, and performances to blur the line between art and everyday life. Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, 1917, a porcelain urinal signed with a pseudonym, remains one of the most iconic examples of how Dada challenged traditional definitions of art. By presenting an everyday object as art, Duchamp questioned the value of the artist's hand in the creation of a work, as well as the very idea of artistic skill. In the post-World War II period, abstract expressionism further pushed the boundaries of art by focusing on the act of painting itself rather than any representational content. Artists like Jackson Pollock, with his drip paintings, and Mark Rothko, with his color field compositions, sought to convey emotion and experience directly through the physicality of the medium. The emphasis on spontaneity, process, and abstraction meant that art no longer had to depict recognizable subjects or follow established compositional rules. The rise of conceptual art in the 1960s took this challenge to traditional art even further by asserting that the idea or concept behind the artwork was more important than the finished object. Artists like Saul LeWitt and Joseph Kosuth argued that art could exist without a physical form at all, as long as it conveyed a clear intellectual idea. In doing so, they undermined the centuries-old notion that art must be tangible and aesthetic, and instead focused on the artist's intellectual engagement with their medium. Furthermore, movements such as pop art questioned the distinction between high art and low culture, using imagery from advertising, comics, and mass media. Artists like Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein turned the mundane objects of consumer culture into fine art, challenging the elitism traditionally associated with art and questioning its purpose in society. Overall, these movements and others broke down traditional boundaries, allowing art to encompass not only aesthetic objects, but also ideas, processes, and even everyday life. The challenge to traditional notions of art opened the door for diverse artistic practices and set the stage for the wide range of contemporary art that exists today. Through these efforts, the definition of art has become more fluid, less about adhering to established rules, and more about questioning, exploring, and redefining the very nature of creativity and expression. Chapter 8: Feminist Art and the Politics of Gender. Feminist art emerged in the late 1960s and 1970s as part of a broader cultural movement that sought to address gender inequality, challenge patriarchal structures, and question the representation of women in art history. This movement was closely linked to the feminist struggle for equal rights and opportunities in society, and it became a critical force in transforming the art world. Feminist artists sought to critique traditional gender roles, explore the social construction of femininity, and expose the ways in which women had been marginalized, objectified, and excluded from the dominant narratives of art and culture. The feminist art movement emerged as a response to the exclusion of women from mainstream art institutions, galleries, and historical narratives. Throughout art history, the contributions of female artists were often overlooked or dismissed, and women were frequently depicted as passive subjects rather than active creators. Feminist artists like Judy Chicago, Miriam Shapiro, and Cindy Sherman sought to reclaim agency for women in the creation and representation of art. Chicago's iconic installation, The Dinner Party, 1974 to 79, for example, celebrates the achievements of women throughout history by presenting a ceremonial dinner table with place settings for historical female figures. Through this work, Chicago challenged the historical erasure of women's contributions and highlighted their significance. Miriam Shapiro, along with other artists, developed the feminist art practice known as femage, which combined traditional women's crafts such as sewing and quilting with modern art techniques. Shapiro's Mothers, 1976, uses domestic materials to explore themes of femininity, motherhood, and female identity, bridging the gap between the fine arts and the often dismissed realm of craft work. This approach challenged the traditional division between high art and low craft, underscoring how women's labor in the domestic sphere had been undervalued by patriarchal society. Cindy Sherman's photographic work also interrogates gender roles and representation, using herself as a model in stage photographs that mimic stereotypical images of women in popular culture, film, and advertising. Her Untitled Film Stills series, 1977 to 1980, examines the ways in which women are depicted in film and media, exposing the constructed nature of gender identity and the limitations placed on women's roles in society. The feminist art movement also sought to transform the relationship between the artist and their work, as women artists began to prioritize their own personal experiences, emotions, and perspectives. This shift in focus not only redefined art practice, but also challenged the male-dominated narratives that had previously defined what was considered legitimate or valuable in the art world. Feminist art became an essential platform for exploring issues of gender, identity, power, and representation, and it laid the groundwork for ongoing discussions about gender equality in the arts and beyond. Through their work, feminist artists not only redefined what art could be, but also provided a means of resistance to the gendered structures that had historically limited women's artistic expression and participation. The feminist art movement left an indelible mark on the history of modern and contemporary art, influencing later generations of artists who continue to engage with the politics of gender, identity, and representation. The role of feminism in art history. Feminism's role in art history has been pivotal in reshaping how we understand the creation, interpretation, and value of art. For centuries, women artists were marginalized, excluded from formal education, and their works overlooked or dismissed within the canon of art history. Feminist theory and activism have served as catalysts for questioning these historical inequities and have paved the way for a more inclusive and diverse understanding of art. Feminism in art history began to gain significant traction in the 1970s with the rise of the feminist art movement. This movement was both a response to the underrepresentation of women in art and a challenge to the patriarchal structures that dominated the art world. Feminist art historians and critics began to identify and address the gender biases embedded within art history, arguing that women's contributions had been systematically ignored or undervalued. One of the early breakthroughs came from art historians such as Linda Nochlin, whose groundbreaking essay, Why Have There Been No Great Women Artists, 1971, questioned the very criteria by which art history had been shaped. Nauchlin's argument centered on the idea that institutional barriers, societal norms, and lack of opportunity had historically prevented women from achieving recognition in the arts, rather than any inherent lack of talent or ability. The feminist re-examination of art history also led to a reconsideration of the works of women artists from the past. Many female artists, such as Artemisia Gentileschi, Frida Kahlo, and Georgia O'Keeffe, were rediscovered or recontextualized in light of feminist perspectives, with critics and scholars emphasizing how their gender and experiences shaped their art. Gentileschi, for example, had often been excluded from the major narratives of Baroque art, but feminist scholars highlighted her role as an important figure in the period, especially in her portrayal of themes of sexual violence and female agency. Feminist art historians and artists also focused on examining the ways in which women were portrayed in art, often as passive, idealized, or eroticized figures. The male gaze, as articulated by theorist Laura Mulvey in her 1975 essay, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, became a central concept in feminist art criticism. Mulvey argued that traditional representations of women in art and cinema were structured around a male-dominated viewpoint that objectified women and denied them agency. Feminist artists like Judy Chicago and Barbara Kruger challenged these portrayals by creating works that empowered women and subverted the stereotypes that had long defined them in art. The role of feminism in art history has not only focused on uncovering and promoting women artists, but has also fostered a deeper understanding of how gender influences the production, reception, and interpretation of art. Feminist art historians continue to explore issues such as intersectionality, the ways in which race, class, and sexuality intersect with gender, and the politics of representation in contemporary art. Feminism has helped to create a more inclusive, dynamic, and critical approach to art history, one that recognizes the contributions of all artists, regardless of gender, and challenges the power structures that have historically shaped the field. Through feminist intervention, art history has become a more expansive, nuanced discipline that reflects the diverse voices and experiences that make up the fabric of society. Key feminist artists and their works. The feminist art movement of the 1970s and beyond gave rise to numerous artists who redefined the boundaries of art, challenged societal norms, and addressed issues of gender, identity, and power. These artists not only questioned the historical marginalization of women in the art world, but also created groundbreaking works that continue to shape the discourse on feminism and art. One of the most prominent feminist artists is Judy Chicago, whose work directly addresses the absence of women in art history. Chicago's The Dinner Party, 1974 to 1979, is an iconic installation that reimagines the roles of women throughout history by creating a triangular table set with 39 elaborate place settings, each honoring a significant woman from history, such as Virginia Woolf, Eleanor of Aquitaine, and Georgia O'Keeffe. The work challenges the traditional male-dominated narratives of history and art, asserting the importance of women's contributions. Chicago's other works, like The Birth Project, 1980 to 1985, also explore themes of women's experiences, particularly in relation to childbirth, motherhood, and female empowerment. Miriam Shapiro, another key figure in the feminist art movement, is known for her creation of the term femog, a style of work that combines traditional women's crafts, such as quilting and sewing, with fine art practices. Her work, Mothers, 1976, reinterprets domestic tasks and explores themes of female identity and motherhood. Shapiro sought to elevate the status of feminine craft traditions, which had often been dismissed as low art, and incorporated them into the fine arts discourse. Cindy Sherman is another revolutionary feminist artist, known for her self-portraiture, that critiques the representation of women in popular culture, film, and advertising. Through her untitled film stills, 1977 to 1980, Sherman adopts various stereotypical female roles from movies and media, forcing viewers to reflect on how women have been constructed and commodified in visual culture. By using herself as the subject of these images, Sherman reveals the performative nature of gender and highlights the tension between identity and image-making. Barbara Kruger's work, which combines text and imagery, explores the intersection of gender, power, and identity. Her Your Body is a Battleground, 1989, a photograph of a woman's face overlaid with bold, confrontational text, critiques the political and social control over women's bodies, particularly in relation to reproductive rights. Kruger's use of mass media aesthetics, bold typography, and familiar imagery demands viewers engage with her social commentary, making her work accessible and impactful. Other influential feminist artists include Georgia O'Keeffe, whose modernist paintings, often focused on flowers and the female body, challenge the often sexualized depiction of women in art. While her work predated the feminist art movement, she became an important figure for feminist artists seeking to reclaim female subjectivity in art. Additionally, artists like Ana Mendieta, with her body-based performance art, and Louise Bourgeois, whose works explored themes of sexuality, trauma, and family, further expanded feminist dialogues in art. These feminist artists and their works have had a profound influence on both the art world and society. By challenging traditional narratives, subverting gender roles, and exploring the complexities of female identity, they have created a lasting legacy that continues to inspire and empower generations of artists. Through their work, they've made significant contributions to a more inclusive and critical art history. The intersection of gender, race, and art. The intersection of gender, race, and art is a critical area of study that explores how identity factors such as gender and race influence the production, representation, and reception of art. Historically, art has been shaped by dominant social, cultural, and political forces, which have often marginalized or excluded people of color, women, and other minority groups. As artists and scholars began to engage with these complex intersections, new dialogues emerged about how race, gender, and power dynamics intersect within the creation and interpretation of art. Feminist art movements, especially in the 1970s and beyond, addressed the exclusion of women from the art world. But this narrative was further complicated by the contributions and challenges faced by women of color. Artists such as Faith Ringgold, Beatty Sarr, and Lorraine O'Grady highlighted how racial and gender identities intersect in the creation of art, creating works that not only confronted issues of racism and sexism, but also celebrated the unique experiences of African American women. Faith Ringgold's Tar Beach, 1988, for example, is a vibrant quilted painting that uses storytelling to address themes of race, family, and empowerment within African American culture. In addition to the feminist movement, the rise of Black art movements, particularly the Black arts movement, played a crucial role in challenging racial stereotypes and asserting African American identities. Artists like Charles White, Elizabeth Catlett, and Romar Bearden used their art to explore the social and political struggles of African Americans while also expressing pride in African heritage. Their works not only grappled with the racial tensions of their time, but also responded to the erasure of Black narratives within the dominant art historical canon. The work of artists such as Carrie James Marshall, who explores African American identity through painting, and Kara Walker, whose provocative cut-paper silhouettes address racial and historical trauma, underscores how race is embedded in the visual culture of art. These artists engage directly with the legacy of slavery, racism, and the ways that Black bodies have been depicted in both history and art. Their works not only interrogate the histories of racial oppression, but also serve as powerful critiques of the ways race, gender, and power are visually constructed. Additionally, the global movement for social justice and the critique of systemic inequalities have influenced contemporary art, leading to an expanded understanding of the intersectionality of identity. Artists today continue to examine how race, gender, sexuality, and class shape the way individuals experience and create art. For instance, contemporary art practices such as those of artists like Zanella Moholy and Lorna Simpson explore how race and gender intersect within the lived experiences of Black women, often focusing on themes of visibility, identity, and representation in an art world that has historically marginalized their voices. Through the intersection of gender, race, and art, artists challenge existing power structures and create spaces for marginalized identities. Their work pushes the boundaries of what is considered mainstream art and offers alternative perspectives that reflect the lived realities of those who have been historically excluded or misrepresented. This ongoing dialogue continues to redefine art history, making it a more inclusive, dynamic field that reflects the complexities of human identity and experience. Feminist art exhibitions and their influence. Feminist art exhibitions have played a pivotal role in challenging the established norms of the art world, providing a platform for women artists to address issues of gender, identity, and power while highlighting their contributions to art history. These exhibitions were not just about showcasing the work of female artists, they were also about creating spaces for dialogue, critique, and activism within the art world, shifting the dominant narratives and redefining what was considered valuable art. One of the earliest and most influential feminist art exhibitions was Woman House, 1972, organized by artists Judy Chicago and Miriam Shapiro, among others. This groundbreaking installation, created by a collective of feminist artists, transformed a Hollywood mansion into a series of rooms and environments that explored the female experience in both personal and political terms. Themes such as childbirth, menstruation, and domestic labor were vividly depicted, confronting issues traditionally relegated to the private or domestic sphere. Woman House was a radical intervention in the art world, pushing back against the male-dominated art institutions and offering a powerful critique of women's roles in society. The exhibition became a landmark moment in the feminist art movement, showcasing the potential for art to serve as a vehicle for social and cultural change. Another key exhibition was The Dinner Party, 1979 by Judy Chicago, which traveled widely after its debut at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. This installation, with its 39 elaborate place settings honoring historical women, became an iconic symbol of feminist art. It not only celebrated the achievements of women who had been excluded from history, but also highlighted the power of female creativity. The exhibition challenged the gendered hierarchy of art, addressing the cultural invisibility of women in art history and elevating women's contributions to public consciousness. In the 1990s, the feminist exhibition, The Guerrilla Girls Posters, begun in 1985, provided sharp, satirical critiques of the underrepresentation of women and artists of color in major art institutions. Using bold graphics and witty slogans, the Guerrilla Girls brought attention to the gender and racial disparities in galleries and museums, famously asking, "Do women have to be naked to get into the Met Museum?" Their guerrilla tactics, including street posters, billboards, and performances, further fueled the feminist critique of the art world's exclusionary practices. The Biennale de Venezia and other major international exhibitions also began to shift in response to feminist critiques. The representation of women artists at events like the Venice Biennale gradually increased, with feminist artists beginning to occupy significant spaces within these traditionally male-dominated platforms. These exhibitions allowed feminist artists to push boundaries, bringing forth works that address not only gender, but also race, sexuality, and class, offering new perspectives on art that had previously been marginalized. Feminist art exhibitions have been instrumental in advancing the conversation about the role of women in art, challenging the long-standing dominance of male artists, and offering new visions of identity and culture. These exhibitions provided visibility to women artists, creating important historical moments that continue to inspire and influence contemporary art practices. Through their participation in exhibitions, feminist artists have reshaped the art world, providing new ways of thinking about the relationships between art, gender, and power. The continued impact of feminist art movements. Feminist art movements have had a lasting and transformative impact on the art world, shaping both the creation and reception of art while challenging historical gender biases. The feminist art movement, which gained momentum in the 1970s, created an enduring shift in how art is made, valued, and interpreted. Its influence continues to resonate in contemporary art, informing the work of new generations of artists and shaping critical discourse in art history, exhibitions, and galleries. One of the most significant impacts of feminist art movements is the redefinition of what constitutes art and who gets to be an artist. Feminist artists in the 1970s and 1980s, such as Judy Chicago, Barbara Kruger, and Cindy Sherman, directly addressed issues of gender and identity in their work. They not only challenged the art world's traditionally masculine perspectives, but also emphasized the importance of women's experiences. Chicago's The Dinner Party, for example, became a monumental symbol of the feminist movement, reimagining the canon of art history by honoring women who had been overlooked or omitted. By elevating subjects of domesticity, sexuality, and the female body, feminist art shifted the boundaries of what was considered legitimate and valuable in the art world. The feminist art movement also catalyzed discussions about intersectionality, the idea that gender, race, class, and other social categories intersect and impact the experiences of individuals. Feminist artists from diverse racial and cultural backgrounds, such as Faith Ringgold, Adrienne Piper, and Carrie Mae Weems, used their work to explore not only the role of women in art, but also the complexities of race, ethnicity, and power. These artists introduced new narratives into the art world, offering perspectives that had been marginalized or excluded, further deepening our understanding of how identity shapes artistic production and reception. Feminist movements also profoundly affected art institutions, prompting the re-examination of how museums, galleries, and universities operate. For instance, the demand for more inclusive representation of women artists and artists of color in exhibitions has become a central issue in contemporary curatorial practices. Many museums and institutions that were once dominated by male artists are now recognizing and showcasing the work of women and underrepresented artists. Exhibitions like WAC, Art and the Feminist Revolution, 2007, at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Los Angeles, and Radical Women, Latin American Art, 1960 to 1985 Psy, 2018, at the Hammer Museum, further underscore the ongoing visibility and recognition of feminist contributions to art. The legacy of feminist art is also evident in the ways in which contemporary artists continue to explore and deconstruct gender and power dynamics. Artists like Tracey Emin, Guerrilla Girls, and Tania Bruguera build upon the feminist foundations laid in the 20th century, exploring themes such as body politics, identity, and social justice. Their works challenge stereotypes, question societal norms, and address issues related to gender inequality, sexual violence, and the representation of women in the media. The continued impact of feminist art movements is also visible in academic and critical discussions of art history, where feminist theories remain integral to understanding the ways in which art intersects with social and political issues. Feminist art has sparked a broader rethinking of art history itself, calling for the inclusion of diverse voices and the recognition of marginalized experiences. Feminist art movements have not only changed the face of contemporary art, but have also created a more inclusive, critical, and socially engaged art world. Their influence continues to inspire and empower new generations of artists, curators, and scholars, ensuring that the conversation around gender, power, and representation remains vital and relevant. Chapter 9: Performance Art and Body Art. Performance art and body art emerged as significant art forms in the 20th century, challenging traditional notions of art and pushing the boundaries of what could be considered an artistic practice. Both movements explored the artist's body as the medium of expression, breaking away from the static nature of painting and sculpture and offering a dynamic, ephemeral alternative to traditional art forms. These movements have since become integral to contemporary art, influencing artists and cultural discourse around identity, the body, gender, politics, and the self. Performance art, which gained prominence in the 1950s and 1960s, was rooted in avant-garde movements such as Dadaism, Futurism, and Surrealism, but it quickly became an autonomous form in its own right. Artists like Marina Abramović, Alan Kaprow, and Yves Klein sought to dissolve the boundaries between artist and audience, creating participatory and immersive works that often defied categorization. Performance art was not just about the creation of a work, but was itself an act of artistic expression. In works like Abramović's Rhythm Zero, 1974, in which she allowed the audience to use various objects on her body, the artist's vulnerability became a powerful medium for exploring themes of control, power dynamics, and the relationship between the artist and the spectator. The use of the body as both a subject and a medium was central to the rise of body art, a genre that developed alongside performance art in the 1960s. Body art often involved artists physically manipulating their own bodies to create a powerful, visceral statement about personal identity, trauma, and the social construction of the body. Artists such as Carolee Schneemann, Cindy Sherman, and Chris Burden engaged with the body in their works to challenge traditional gender roles, question societal expectations, and confront issues of violence, sexuality, and vulnerability. Carolee Schneeman's Interior Scroll, 1975, for example, explored the female body's role in both art and society, with the artist pulling a scroll of text from her vagina as a statement on the silencing of women. Schneeman's work was a radical feminist intervention, questioning the objectification of women's bodies in art, while also emphasizing the importance of the body as a site of both artistic and personal liberation. Similarly, Chris Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot in the arm by an assistant, used his body to question the relationship between violence, power, and the artist's role in society. Body art and performance also intersected with larger cultural movements of the time, such as feminism, civil rights, and anti-war activism. Through these mediums, artists were able to address pressing social and political issues in ways that were direct, confrontational, and often shocking. Performance and body art had the ability to communicate complex, abstract ideas in a visceral manner, creating a unique dialogue between the artist, the work, and the audience. This made it possible for these art forms to serve as powerful tools for activism, subverting conventional ideas of representation and opening up new ways of experiencing art. Today, performance art and body art remain critical to the exploration of identity, culture, and the self. Contemporary artists continue to use these mediums to investigate themes of gender, race, sexuality, and politics, contributing to ongoing conversations about body politics, agency, and the role of the artist in society. These art forms continue to inspire and challenge audiences, offering a means of personal and collective expression that transcends traditional artistic boundaries. The rise of performance art in the 1960s. Performance art emerged as a revolutionary artistic practice in the 1960s, challenging traditional boundaries between art, life, and the audience. The movement was deeply influenced by the avant-garde, particularly Dadaism and Futurism, which had already sought to break down distinctions between art and everyday life. However, performance art in the 1960s became a distinct genre that redefined the role of the artist, the medium, and the relationship between art and the viewer. This period marked a dramatic departure from the static nature of traditional art forms like painting and sculpture, and embraced the dynamic, ephemeral, and often interactive possibilities of performance. One of the driving forces behind the rise of performance art was a reaction against the commercialization and institutionalization of the art world. Artists sought to subvert the gallery system by creating works that could not be commodified in the same way as traditional art objects. Artists such as Alan Caprow, who coined the term happening, began creating unscripted, participatory performances that involved audience interaction. These events often blurred the lines between art and life, allowing the audience to become active participants in the artistic process. Caprow's happenings took place in unconventional spaces such as streets, parks, and private homes, and were designed to evoke a sense of spontaneity and unpredictability. Another pivotal figure in the rise of performance art was Yves Klein, who created his anthropometries in the early 1960s. Klein's works involved the use of human bodies as living paintbrushes, with nude models coated in blue pigment and pressed against canvas. By utilizing his own body and the bodies of others in his art, Klein sought to push the boundaries of how the human body could be used as a medium for artistic expression. His works evoked an intense focus on the physicality of the body and the process of art making, rather than on the final product itself. Marina Abramović, a key figure in performance art's evolution, came to prominence in the late 1960s and 1970s. Abramović's work emphasized the artist's physical and emotional endurance, often testing the limits of both her own body and her audience's expectations. Her Rhythm series, beginning in 1973, featured performances in which Abramović subjected herself to painful and physically demanding actions, such as standing still for extended periods or allowing the audience to engage with her body in various ways. These performances sought to explore themes of control, vulnerability, and the complex relationship between artist and audience. The 1960s also saw the rise of body art, which became closely intertwined with performance. Artists like Carolee Schneemann and Chris Burden used their own bodies as sites of artistic exploration. Schneemann's Interior Scroll, 1975, in which she pulled a scroll from her vagina, questioned the representation and objectification of the female body in art, while Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot by an assistant, directly addressed violence, power, and the role of the artist in society. The 1960s was a period of significant social and political change, and performance art became a powerful tool for addressing issues such as identity, body politics, war, and gender roles. It was a time when the artist's body was reimagined as both the medium and the message, and performance art became a means of breaking down barriers between the artist, the art, and the viewer. As the 1960s progressed, performance art began to gain recognition as a legitimate form of artistic expression, and its influence continues to shape contemporary art practices today. The exploration of the body as a medium. The exploration of the body as a medium in art has had a profound impact on the evolution of contemporary art, particularly during the 20th and 21st centuries. The body, once considered a passive object or a subject to be represented, became the focal point of artistic expression. This shift in perspective led to a dramatic rethinking of the boundaries of art and opened up new possibilities for performance, body art, and other art forms that challenged traditional notions of aesthetics and representation. In the 1960s and 1970s, with the rise of performance art and body art, the human body became central to many artistic practices. Artists sought to move beyond traditional mediums such as paint and sculpture, using their own bodies as the material through which they expressed ideas. The body was no longer just an object of representation. It became the site of artistic creation, a way to engage directly with the audience, and to challenge the norms of both art making and societal expectations. This transformation was influenced by the growing interest in body politics, gender studies, and feminist theory, which emphasized the importance of the body in shaping identity, power dynamics, and social norms. One of the pioneers of using the body as a medium was the American artist Carolee Schneemann. Her work in the 1960s and 1970s, particularly her performance Interior Scroll, 1975, used her body to address themes of sexuality, gender, and the female experience in art. By literally pulling a scroll from her vagina, Schneemann challenged the objectification of women's bodies in the art world and disrupted the male-dominated art establishment. Her provocative work was a direct confrontation with the long-standing tradition of using the female body as an object of passive beauty or eroticism, transforming it into a tool for personal expression and political critique. Other artists, such as Yves Klein, took a similar approach, but with a more abstract focus. Klein used the human body as an instrument to create art by covering it in pigment and pressing it against canvas, a practice he called anthropometry. The body in this case was not just a subject, but an active tool for creating marks and gestures on the canvas, emphasizing the physicality of art making and highlighting the connection between the body and the creative process. In addition to feminist influences, the exploration of the body as a medium was also shaped by the broader cultural and political movements of the time. The 1960s and 1970s were marked by civil rights struggles, the rise of countercultures, and the questioning of traditional social values. Artists like Chris Burden and Vito Acconci used their bodies in performances that explored issues of violence, power, and identity. Burden's Shoot, 1971, in which he was shot by an assistant, and Acconci's Seedbed, 1972, in which he performed under a platform while speaking directly to viewers, both employed the body to make stark commentary on power dynamics, vulnerability, and the relationship between the artist and the audience. The body became a site of resistance, self-expression, and transformation, offering artists a way to challenge the dominant culture, question the boundaries of art, and reclaim ownership of the self. The exploration of the body as a medium also became a way to confront difficult subjects, such as pain, trauma, and mortality, offering a visceral experience that could not be conveyed through traditional art forms. Today, the exploration of the body remains a central theme in contemporary art, with artists continuing to use their bodies to address issues of identity, politics, and the human condition. The body as a medium has become an enduring force in art, shaping how artists communicate with audiences and how we understand the intersection of art, identity, and the lived experience. Notable performance artists: Marina Abramovich, Joseph Beuys. Marina Abramovich and Joseph Beuys are two of the most influential and pioneering performance artists of the 20th century, each contributing significantly to the development of performance art through their groundbreaking works. Their practices and ideologies not only redefined the role of the artist, but also challenged traditional notions of art, audience, and physicality. Marina Abramovich is often regarded as one of the most prominent figures in contemporary performance art. Known for her intense and physically demanding works, Abramovich uses her own body as both the subject and the medium of her art. Throughout her career, she has explored themes of endurance, pain, vulnerability, and the relationship between the artist and the audience. One of her most well-known performances, Rhythm Zero, 1974, involved her standing motionless for 6 hours while the audience was invited to use 72 objects, including a gun, on her body. This act of submission and vulnerability turned the artist into an object of both exploration and control, raising questions about power dynamics, agency, and the ethical limits of artistic participation. Another pivotal work by Abramovich is The Artist is Present, 2010, performed at the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, in New York. In this piece, she sat silently at a table, inviting visitors to sit across from her and engage in a silent stare for as long as they wished. This work transformed the artist's body into a medium for emotional and psychological exchange, emphasizing the intimate, nonverbal connection between performer and spectator. Abramovich's work often focuses on time, memory, and the limits of human endurance, and she continues to push the boundaries of performance art by involving her audience in new and profound ways. Joseph Beuys, a German artist, is another key figure whose work bridged the gap between performance art and conceptual art. Beuys is best known for his use of symbolic materials and his deeply political approach to art. He believed that art should engage with social issues and that everyone has the potential to be an artist, advocating for a more democratic and participatory approach to art making. One of his most famous performances, How to Explain Pictures to a Dead Hare, 1965, involved Beuys covering his head in honey and gold leaf while cradling a dead hare in his arms, speaking to the animal as if it could understand his explanation of his artwork. This surreal and enigmatic piece combined symbolism, ritual, and a meditation on the power of communication, reflecting Beuys's belief in the potential of art to transform society. In another iconic performance, I Like America and America Likes Me, 1974, Beuys flew to New York and spent several days in a gallery with a coyote, communicating through the space and engaging with the animal. This work explored the themes of isolation, cultural exchange, and the relationship between humanity and nature. Beuys's approach to performance art was unique in its focus on social and environmental change, and he often infused his works with political and philosophical messages. Both Abramovich and Beuys used performance art as a means of exploring the human condition, using their bodies as sites of transformation, endurance, and communication. Through their works, they demonstrated the power of performance to engage the viewer, provoke thought, and challenge conventional ideas about art and life. Their performances continue to inspire new generations of artists, solidifying their legacies as two of the most important figures in the history of performance art. The relationship between live art and audience interaction. The relationship between live art and audience interaction is central to the identity of performance art, establishing a dynamic where the boundaries between the artist, the artwork, and the audience are often blurred. Unlike traditional forms of art that are typically viewed passively, performance art invites active participation and engagement, making the audience an integral part of the artistic experience. This interaction can range from passive observation to direct involvement, often provoking emotional, intellectual, or even physical responses that challenge preconceived notions of what art can be. In the early days of performance art, artists sought to engage audiences in new ways, using their bodies, actions, and spaces to create immersive experiences that were temporary, ephemeral, and relational. This departure from static, gallery-based art emphasized the transient nature of performance and highlighted the performer's presence, with the audience being present for the unfolding of the artwork in real time. Through this, performance artists sought to transform the relationship between the art and the viewer, turning spectators from passive onlookers into active participants in the creation of meaning. For example, in works like Marina Abramovich's Rhythm Zero, 1974, the artist directly invited audience interaction by offering objects, including a loaded gun, for the viewers to use on her body. This performance challenged the traditional passive role of the audience by providing them with the agency to make decisions that affected the artist's physical state. The actions of the audience, from placing flowers on her or cutting her clothes to more violent acts, became part of the performance itself, creating a dialogue between the artist's vulnerability and the participants' ethical and emotional responses. The work drew attention to the tension between personal agency and the power structures that shape interactions, making the audience's involvement crucial to the work's meaning. Similarly, in Joseph Beuys's performances, the audience's involvement was central to the artwork's transformative potential. Beuys believed in the democratic potential of art, where the boundaries between artist and audience could be broken down. His works, such as I Like America and America Likes Me, 1974, created a relationship of mutual participation, as the audience was indirectly involved by witnessing his interactions with the coyote and by contemplating the larger cultural and environmental messages embedded in the performance. Beuys used the idea of social sculpture, in which everyone, including the audience, could engage in shaping the world through art, emphasizing collective responsibility and social change. Audience interaction in live art also often challenges the traditional notion of the art object as a commodity. Many performance artists, through direct engagement, move beyond the creation of a tangible, saleable piece, focusing instead on the experience and process of art making. This shift places greater emphasis on the performative and relational aspects of the artwork, where the interaction between artist and audience becomes the artwork itself, often defying institutionalization and commercial value. Overall, the relationship between live art and audience interaction is essential to the form's power and relevance. By fostering direct engagement, performance artists challenge the traditional structures of art, creating experiences that are participatory, transformative, and deeply personal for both the creator and the viewer. This unique connection continues to influence contemporary art, where the line between artist and audience remains fluid and open to exploration. The continued evolution of performance art. Performance art has undergone a continuous evolution since its inception in the early 20th century, adapting to changing social, political, and technological landscapes. From its experimental roots in Dadaism and Futurism to its integration with conceptual art movements, performance art has been a dynamic and flexible medium that reflects the complexities of human experience. The genre's constant reinvention is what makes it relevant and vital to contemporary art practices, allowing artists to explore new forms of expression, engage with diverse audiences, and push the boundaries of what art can be. In its earliest stages, performance art emerged as a reaction to traditional forms of artistic production, breaking away from static, gallery-based works. Artists like Dadaist, Hugo Ball, and Tristan Tzara used the body, language, and physical movement to disrupt the norms of art and society, introducing the idea of spontaneity and chaos. Similarly, the Futurists, particularly in Italy, used performance to celebrate speed, technology, and modernity, while artists like Antonin Artaud developed theater of cruelty, advocating for a direct and intense experience that would shatter the distance between performer and audience. By the 1960s and 1970s, performance art began to take on more radical forms, influenced by the countercultural movements of the time. Artists like Yoko Ono, Carolee Schneemann, and Vito Acconci used their own bodies in performances that addressed themes of sexuality, identity, power, and political resistance. This era marked the rise of body art and conceptual performance, where the artist's physical presence, actions, and engagement with the audience became central to the work. Performances often sought to question societal norms, challenge authority, and expose the vulnerabilities of the body and mind. The advent of feminist art also played a significant role in redefining performance, with artists like Judy Chicago and Cindy Sherman using performance to confront gender inequality and the objectification of women. As the decades progressed, performance art began to incorporate technology and multimedia elements, expanding the scope of its expressive potential. The digital age allowed artists to integrate video, sound, and digital tools, creating hybrid forms of performance art that bridge the gap between the physical and virtual. Artists like Bill Viola, using video projections and installations, and the work of contemporary performance artists like Teching Shea and Tania Bruguera, continue to push the boundaries of the medium by exploring time, memory, and political resistance through immersive and interactive experiences. The evolution of performance art has also been marked by a growing interest in participatory and site-specific works, where the audience is no longer just a passive observer, but is invited to engage directly with the artwork. This shift towards social and collaborative practices highlights the power of performance art to address collective issues such as community, activism, and global crises. Artists today are increasingly using performance as a tool for social change, focusing on themes of migration, environmentalism, and the shifting dynamics of power. In conclusion, the evolution of performance art reflects the ongoing changes in society and technology. By embracing the body, time, and audience interaction, performance artists continue to challenge conventions, offering new perspectives on identity, culture, and politics. As it evolves, performance art remains a vital and experimental form, capable of addressing the complexities of the modern world and creating impactful, transformative experiences for both the artist and the audience. Chapter 10: Postmodernism, Deconstruction and Parody. Postmodernism, emerging in the mid-20th century, represented a significant shift in the world of art, culture, and philosophy. It marked a departure from the principles of modernism and sought to question established truths, ideologies, and aesthetic standards. Characterized by skepticism, irony, and a rejection of the notion of absolute meaning, postmodernism embraced deconstruction and parody as central tools for exploring the complexities of contemporary life. In art, this led to a blending of styles, mediums, and historical references, often in ways that defied conventional notions of taste, authenticity, and originality. Deconstruction, a concept largely drawn from the writings of French philosopher Jacques Derrida, involved breaking down the established structures of meaning in language, literature, and culture. This approach was adopted by artists to challenge the assumptions about reality and representation that had been taken for granted in modernist art. Rather than presenting a cohesive or unified vision, postmodern art often fragmented or rearranged elements, calling attention to the instability of meaning and the subjectivity of interpretation. Artists like Robert Rauschenberg and Jasper Johns utilized collage and assemblage techniques to reconfigure everyday objects and symbols, suggesting that meaning is not inherent, but rather constructed through cultural and historical contexts. Parody, another key feature of postmodernism, emerged as a response to the seriousness of modernist art. Rather than adhering to the avant-garde notion of originality and innovation, postmodern artists often employed humor, irony, and exaggeration to critique and subvert established artistic traditions. By adopting the styles, techniques, and visual language of past art movements, such as Surrealism, Cubism, and even Renaissance painting, artists created works that both celebrated and mocked the past. Andy Warhol's repeated use of consumer products, like his famous Campbell's soup cans, or his celebrity portraits of figures such as Marilyn Monroe, exemplified how parody could both comment on and challenge the commercialized nature of art, fame, and mass media. In architecture, postmodernism's deconstructive principles manifested in buildings that combined elements from diverse architectural styles. The work of architects like Frank Gehry, with his fragmented sculptural designs, or Robert Venturi, who famously proclaimed, "Less is a bore," reflected the postmodern rejection of the minimalist and functionalist ideals of modernist architecture. These architects celebrated complexity, ornamentation, and contradiction, often drawing from historical references to create playful and ironic interpretations of the built environment. Postmodern art also engaged with issues of identity, gender, and power, deconstructing traditional narratives and exploring how race, sexuality, and class shape our understanding of the world. Artists like Cindy Sherman and Jeff Koons embraced the fluidity of identity by creating works that question the roles of the artist, the viewer, and the constructed nature of images in popular culture. In summary, postmodernism, with its emphasis on deconstruction and parody, profoundly impacted the direction of contemporary art. By challenging traditional boundaries, questioning the nature of meaning and representation, and embracing irony and humor, postmodern artists revolutionized the way we engage with culture and art. This era of art disrupted the high-low culture divide, inviting viewers to reconsider the complexities of visual representation and its place in the modern world. The birth of postmodernism in the 1970s. The birth of postmodernism in the 1970s marked a significant departure from the ideals and practices of modernism, a shift that fundamentally altered the course of art, architecture, literature, and philosophy. Postmodernism arose as a response to the perceived failures of modernism and its foundational principles, such as the pursuit of universal truths, progress, and artistic purity. Modernism, with its emphasis on innovation, originality, and the avant-garde, came to be seen as overly rigid and disconnected from the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. By contrast, postmodernism embraced irony, skepticism, and pluralism, questioning established narratives and celebrating the fragmented, diverse, and often contradictory nature of the modern world. In the visual arts, the 1970s witnessed the growing influence of postmodernism, where artists began to break down boundaries between high and low culture, experimenting with diverse materials, styles, and techniques. A critical characteristic of postmodern art was its rejection of the modernist obsession with the pure form of art. Instead, postmodern artists turned to past artistic styles, appropriating and reinterpreting them in ways that blurred the lines between originality and imitation. The use of pastiche, a collage of different references, styles, and periods, became a hallmark of postmodern works, as seen in the works of artists like Jeff Koons, who drew inspiration from kitsch, mass culture, and commercial imagery, and Richard Prince, who recontextualized advertisements and photographs. Postmodernism also represented a broader philosophical shift. Influenced by the writings of figures such as Michel Foucault, Roland Barthes, and Jacques Derrida, postmodern thinkers rejected the grand narratives and totalizing theories that had dominated intellectual thought. Foucault's ideas about power, knowledge, and social structures, as well as Derrida's theory of deconstruction, encouraged a more fragmented, subjective approach to understanding the world. These ideas provided fertile ground for postmodern artists to explore questions of identity, representation, and the ways in which culture shapes our understanding of truth and reality. The rise of postmodernism was also closely tied to social and political upheavals in the 1970s. Issues such as the civil rights movement, feminism, and the increasing visibility of LGBTQ+ struggles began to challenge dominant social structures, and these movements found expression in postmodern art. Feminist artists, for example, used postmodern strategies to critique patriarchal representations of women and to explore the fluidity of gender and identity. The inclusion of marginalized voices in both art and discourse became central to postmodern thought, rejecting the homogeneity of modernist traditions. Architecturally, the 1970s marked a dramatic departure from the minimalist, functionalist approach of modernist design. Architects such as Robert Venturi and Frank Gehry sought to reintroduce ornamentation, complexity, and historical references into architecture, embodying postmodernism's rejection of the simplicity and uniformity that characterized modernist buildings. Venturi's famous dictum, "Less is a bore," embodied the playful, ironic spirit of the time, while Gehry's deconstructivist buildings, such as the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, broke away from traditional forms in favor of fluid, fragmented designs. In summary, the birth of postmodernism in the 1970s represented a radical break from modernist ideals. It was characterized by a rejection of universal truths, an embrace of plurality, and a focus on irony, parody, and pastiche. The rise of postmodernism marked a new era in art and culture, where artists questioned established boundaries, engaged with historical references, and explored the complexities of identity, power, and representation. This period laid the groundwork for many of the artistic, cultural, and intellectual movements that would shape the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Key features of postmodern art: irony, pastiche, and deconstruction. Postmodern art, emerging in the mid-20th century, introduced new perspectives and methods that fundamentally challenged the traditional boundaries of artistic expression. This movement, a reaction against the principles of modernism, emphasized fragmentation, irony, and a departure from the idea of a unified or singular artistic truth. Among its most prominent features are irony, pastiche, and deconstruction, all of which contribute to the complex, playful, and critical nature of postmodern artworks. Irony plays a central role in postmodern art, often used to mock or subvert the seriousness associated with traditional art forms. In postmodern works, irony is frequently employed to challenge established norms, expectations, and ideologies, including those of the art world itself. Rather than adhering to solemn or idealized representations, postmodern artists inject humor, contradiction, and self-awareness into their work. This use of irony is not simply for comic effect, but serves as a tool for critiquing cultural, social, and political structures. Artists like Andy Warhol, for example, used irony to comment on consumer culture and the commodification of art. His famous Campbell's Soup Can series, while appearing straightforward, is a clever critique of mass production and the lack of originality in contemporary consumerism, prompting viewers to question the relationship between art and popular culture. Pastiche is another defining characteristic of postmodern art, reflecting the movement's embrace of eclecticism and the mixing of different styles, genres, and historical references. Unlike modernism, which sought innovation and originality, postmodernism revels in imitation and appropriation. Artists often borrow visual elements from past art movements, pop culture, or commercial imagery, reassembling them into new works that challenge the notion of artistic authenticity. This process of pastiche can be seen in the work of artists like Jeff Koons, who incorporates kitsch imagery and mass-produced objects into his art, or Richard Prince, who recontextualizes advertisements and photographs to question the role of mass media in shaping our perceptions. Pastiche in postmodern art is not simply about copying, but about critiquing the relationship between high and low culture and the cultural significance of visual representation. Deconstruction, a philosophical concept derived from the work of Jacques Derrida, also plays a significant role in postmodern art. In this context, deconstruction involves breaking down the established structures of meaning, exposing contradictions, and challenging assumptions about representation and truth. Postmodern artists use deconstruction to fragment and disassemble traditional forms of art, questioning the authority of the artist and the viewer's role in interpreting meaning. For example, in the works of artists like Robert Rauschenberg, who used assemblages of found objects and materials, or the fragmented forms of the paintings by David Sall, deconstruction is visually evident in the breakdown of images and materials, encouraging viewers to reconsider how art communicates ideas and reflects reality. In conclusion, the key features of postmodern art, irony, pastiche, and deconstruction, serve as tools for questioning traditional ideas about art, identity, culture, and truth. These elements allow postmodern artists to play with and subvert established norms, offering viewers an opportunity to reflect on the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. By embracing these features, postmodern art continues to challenge the boundaries of artistic expression and remains a vital force in shaping the trajectory of art and culture today. The role of appropriation in art. Appropriation in art refers to the practice of taking pre-existing objects, images, or elements from various sources and incorporating them into new works. This concept has become a key strategy in postmodern art, reflecting a shift from the modernist emphasis on originality and innovation to a more playful, critical approach that questions ideas of authorship, authenticity, and meaning. Appropriation allows artists to challenge the notion of the unique work of art by recontextualizing familiar cultural symbols and visual tropes, blurring the boundaries between high art, mass culture, and everyday life. In the postmodern context, appropriation often involves the act of reusing images, symbols, or objects from popular culture, advertisements, art history, or other media sources. The appropriation of these elements does not simply aim to copy or reproduce them, but to transform them, shifting their meanings and creating new interpretations. For instance, in the 1980s, artist Sherry Levine gained attention by appropriating iconic photographs, including those by Edward Weston and Walker Evans, rephotographing them without altering their original compositions. Levine's work questioned the traditional understanding of authorship and the value of originality in art, suggesting that meaning is fluid and can be shaped by its context. One of the most prominent artists associated with appropriation is Andy Warhol, whose work is defined by the mass production and recontextualization of consumer images. Warhol's famous Campbell's soup cans, Marilyn Monroe portraits, and Coca-Cola bottles all draw upon the imagery of commercial advertising and consumer culture. By presenting these mass-produced objects as fine art, Warhol blurred the lines between high culture and low culture, challenging the elitist distinction between the two. His repeated use of these images through silkscreen printing also emphasized the process of reproduction, making art less about the artist's hand and more about the interaction between the image and the viewer. Appropriation also plays a critical role in examining social, political, and cultural issues. By recontextualizing symbols and imagery associated with dominant cultural narratives, artists can reveal underlying power structures and offer critiques of identity, race, gender, and consumerism. The appropriation of historical and cultural symbols has allowed artists like Barbara Kruger, with her text-based works incorporating mass media imagery, to explore themes of control, manipulation, and societal expectations. Similarly, artists such as Richard Prince and Jeff Koons have appropriated advertisements, pop culture icons, and mass-produced objects to address issues related to commodification and the commercialization of art. In summary, appropriation in art plays a vital role in challenging traditional notions of creativity, originality, and authorship. By recontextualizing and transforming existing imagery, artists confront cultural and societal norms, allowing for new interpretations and discussions. Appropriation enables art to reflect the fluid, ever-changing nature of contemporary life, where meaning is shaped by context, repetition, and cultural exchange. Through appropriation, artists continue to engage with, critique, and redefine the relationship between art, culture, and society. The rejection of modernist ideals. The rejection of modernist ideals is one of the defining features of postmodernism, a movement that emerged in the mid-20th century as a response to the perceived limitations and rigidities of modernist thought. Modernism, with its emphasis on progress, originality, purity, and the pursuit of universal truths, shaped much of the art, architecture, and literature of the early 20th century. However, by the 1960s and 1970s, many artists, architects, and intellectuals began to feel that modernism's quest for a single, overarching narrative was inadequate in addressing the complexities and contradictions of contemporary life. Postmodernism, in turn, arose as a rejection of these modernist ideals, advocating for pluralism, irony, and a celebration of diversity rather than conformity. At the heart of the rejection of modernism lies the challenge to the idea of a universal, objective truth. Modernist thinkers, especially those influenced by figures like Immanuel Kant and Friedrich Nietzsche, believed that human beings could achieve a deeper understanding of the world through reason and the pursuit of artistic purity. Art movements such as abstract expressionism and formalist design, with their focus on universal themes of form, color, and structure, embodied this modernist belief in a singular, transcendent vision. Postmodernism, by contrast, questions the possibility of any one truth and emphasizes the subjective nature of experience. It embraces multiplicity and relativism, acknowledging that all interpretations of reality are influenced by culture, history, and power dynamics. The rejection of modernist ideals also manifests in the postmodern critique of art's role in society. Modernism's focus on originality and innovation often meant that artists were seen as creators of unique, groundbreaking works that reflected a new era of human thought and expression. However, postmodern artists reject the notion of authenticity and the idea that art must be a completely original creation. Instead, they embrace appropriation, pastiche, and the reuse of existing cultural imagery, often drawing on mass media and consumer culture. This shift reflects the postmodern belief that art should no longer strive for autonomy or transcendence, but should instead engage with the world in a more ironic, playful, and self-reflexive manner. In architecture, the rejection of modernist ideals can be seen in the rise of postmodern design, which favored ornamentation, complexity, and historical references over the clean lines, functionalism, and minimalism of modernist architecture. Architects like Robert Venturi and Michael Graves embraced a more eclectic approach, combining elements from past architectural styles with new, often ironic twists. This departure from the austerity of modernism reflected postmodernism's embrace of complexity and contradiction over simplicity and coherence. In conclusion, the rejection of modernist ideals in postmodernism represents a shift away from the search for universal truths, artistic purity, and a singular vision of progress. By embracing multiplicity, irony, and self-awareness, postmodern artists and thinkers sought to challenge the boundaries of traditional artistic and intellectual practice. Their work acknowledges the fractured, diverse, and ever-changing nature of contemporary life, reflecting the complexities and contradictions that modernism had sought to escape. Through this rejection, postmodernism opens up new avenues for artistic expression and cultural critique, encouraging a more inclusive and nuanced approach to understanding the world. Postmodern art's impact on the art world. Postmodern art has had a profound and far-reaching impact on the art world, reshaping both the creation and consumption of art in ways that continue to influence contemporary practices today. Emerging in the mid-20th century as a response to the perceived limitations of modernism, postmodern art rejected the idea of universal truths and embraced diversity, irony, and a more inclusive approach to culture and creativity. This shift has challenged traditional notions of what art should be, who can create it, and how it should be interpreted, leading to a democratization of the artistic process and a broader understanding of artistic expression. One of the key ways postmodern art has impacted the art world is through its embrace of diversity and pluralism. Rather than adhering to a singular, unified artistic vision, Postmodernism celebrated multiple styles, media, and techniques. Artists were no longer constrained by the need for originality or authenticity, which had been central to modernist thought. Instead, they were encouraged to borrow, remix, and appropriate images and symbols from different cultural, historical, and social contexts. This resulted in a greater variety of art forms, from installations and performance art to conceptual and digital art. The mixing of high and low culture, as well as the integration of mass media and popular culture into art, became a hallmark of postmodern practice. Artists like Andy Warhol, Jeff Koons, and Barbara Kruger, for instance, used familiar consumer icons and commercial imagery to comment on contemporary life, undermining the traditional division between elite and popular art. Postmodern art also shifted the relationship between the artist and the viewer. In modernism, art was often seen as a solitary, transcendent expression of an artist's vision. However, postmodernism opened up a dialogue between the artist, the viewer, and the broader social and political context in which the work was created. Art became less about offering a definitive interpretation and more about prompting questions, engaging with viewers, and acknowledging the fluidity of meaning. The use of irony, parody, and pastiche in postmodern art encouraged viewers to be more active participants, considering how the work reflects cultural, historical, and ideological constructs. Furthermore, postmodern art challenged the traditional art market and institutional structures, questioning the very notion of what constitutes art and who gets to decide. The rise of galleries and museums dedicated to non-traditional and experimental work, as well as the increased prominence of art biennials and alternative spaces, allowed artists to experiment outside the constraints of conventional venues. This democratization of the art world expanded opportunities for marginalized voices and alternative forms of expression to be heard, from feminist and queer art to political and activist-driven projects. In conclusion, postmodern art has significantly reshaped the art world, shifting away from modernist ideals of purity and originality and embracing multiplicity, appropriation, and critical engagement. Its influence has broadened the definition of art, opening new avenues for artistic practice, fostering a more inclusive art world, and encouraging a more active, questioning role for the viewer. Postmodernism's legacy continues to resonate in the art world today, as artists continue to challenge boundaries, provoke thought, and reflect the complexities of contemporary life. Chapter 11: Globalization in Contemporary Art. Globalization has had a transformative impact on contemporary art, shaping both its production and consumption in profound ways. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected through technological, economic, and cultural exchanges, the art world has witnessed a shift toward a more global perspective. This shift has opened up new possibilities for artists, curators, and audiences, as well as challenged traditional notions of national identity, artistic boundaries, and cultural ownership. Contemporary art is now marked by an ongoing dialogue between local and global influences, allowing artists to engage with diverse cultural traditions while addressing universal themes that transcend geographic and political borders. One of the most significant aspects of globalization's influence on contemporary art is the breakdown of the dominance of Western, Eurocentric art forms and institutions. Historically, Western art traditions, particularly those of Europe and the United States, have shaped the global art canon. However, globalization has allowed artists from non-Western regions to gain greater visibility, contributing to a more inclusive and diverse art scene. Artists from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East have increasingly become central figures in the global art world, challenging the traditional hierarchies that once privileged Western perspectives. This democratization of art has led to the creation of new spaces for global artistic exchange, as well as a reevaluation of what constitutes contemporary art. The rise of international biennials, art fairs, and digital platforms has played a crucial role in connecting artists, curators, and audiences across the globe. Events like the Venice Biennale and Documenta provide platforms for artists from diverse cultural backgrounds to showcase their work, fostering cross-cultural dialogue and collaboration. These platforms have also helped to democratize the art market, allowing artists from emerging economies to gain exposure to international collectors, critics, and institutions. Additionally, the internet and social media have enabled artists to share their work with a global audience, bypassing traditional gatekeepers and offering new ways for art to circulate and be consumed. At the same time, globalization has raised important questions about cultural appropriation, identity, and the commercialization of art. As artists from different regions draw on diverse cultural traditions, the line between influence and appropriation has become increasingly blurred. Many artists now grapple with the tension between creating work that is rooted in their cultural heritage while simultaneously engaging with global artistic trends. Furthermore, the global art market's growing influence has raised concerns about the commodification of art, with some arguing that the pressure to appeal to international collectors may dilute the authenticity and social relevance of artistic expression. In conclusion, globalization has reshaped the landscape of contemporary art, fostering greater diversity, collaboration, and innovation. As artists increasingly navigate the complexities of global interconnectedness, their work reflects a fusion of local and global influences, addressing universal issues while engaging with specific cultural contexts. At the same time, globalization has prompted critical discussions about cultural ownership, artistic value, and the impact of the global art market. As the world continues to evolve, the relationship between globalization and contemporary art will remain a dynamic and evolving force in shaping artistic practice. The role of globalization in the contemporary art market. Globalization has fundamentally transformed the contemporary art market, reshaping how art is produced, sold, and consumed. As the world becomes more interconnected through advancements in technology, communication, and transportation, the art market has expanded its reach, creating new opportunities and challenges for artists, collectors, galleries, and institutions. The integration of global markets has led to the emergence of a more cosmopolitan art scene where boundaries between local, regional, and international art scenes are increasingly blurred. This globalized environment has altered the dynamics of the art world in significant ways, including the growth of new markets, the rise of art fairs, and the proliferation of online platforms. One of the most notable changes brought about by globalization is the expansion of the art market beyond traditional Western strongholds. While New York, London, and Paris once dominated the global art scene, the rise of cities such as Beijing, Dubai, Mumbai, and Sao Paulo has challenged the long-standing Eurocentric focus of the art world. Emerging markets, particularly in Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, have become important players in the art market, with increasing numbers of collectors, institutions, and galleries operating in these regions. The internationalization of the art market has also led to a diversification of artistic voices, as artists from non-Western countries gain more visibility on the global stage, bringing fresh perspectives and creative practices that challenge the conventions of Western art history. The globalization of the art market has also been facilitated by the rise of art fairs and biennials, which have become crucial platforms for artists, collectors, and galleries to connect and transact. International art fairs such as Art Basel, Frieze, and the Armory Show bring together buyers, sellers, and curators from all over the world, fostering an exchange of ideas and promoting cross-cultural dialogues. These events have made it easier for art to be bought and sold globally, and they have given collectors greater access to a wider range of artworks and artists. Similarly, biennials such as the Venice Biennale and the São Paulo Biennial offer artists from all corners of the globe the opportunity to showcase their work to an international audience, further contributing to the global circulation of contemporary art. At the same time, globalization has had a profound impact on the economics of the contemporary art market. With increased access to global markets, artworks have become highly sought after commodities, with some artists achieving astronomical prices at auctions. This commercialization of art has raised questions about the commodification of artistic practice, with critics arguing that the market-driven focus on investment potential may overshadow art's cultural and social significance. Additionally, the global nature of the market has led to greater competition among artists as they vie for the attention of international collectors and institutions. The growth of online platforms has further intensified this competition, as art can now be bought and sold through digital spaces, allowing artists to reach potential buyers without the need for traditional gallery representation. In conclusion, globalization has had a profound impact on the contemporary art market, fostering a more interconnected and diverse global art scene. While it has provided opportunities for artists from around the world to gain recognition and reach new audiences, it has also raised important questions about the commercialization of art and the challenges of maintaining artistic integrity in a market-driven environment. As the art market continues to evolve in the context of globalization, it will remain a dynamic space where cultural, economic, and technological forces intersect, shaping the future of contemporary art. The rise of international art fairs and biennales. The rise of international art fairs and biennales has been a defining feature of the global art world in recent decades, fundamentally reshaping the way art is exhibited, sold, and consumed. These events, which bring together artists, collectors, curators, and art lovers from around the world, have become key platforms for the promotion and commercialization of contemporary art. As the art world has become increasingly interconnected, art fairs and biennales have played a crucial role in facilitating international dialogue and fostering a globalized art market. Art fairs, such as Art Basel, Frieze, and the Armory Show, have grown in prominence as venues where galleries and collectors gather to showcase and acquire artworks. These fairs serve as major commercial hubs, providing opportunities for galleries to reach international buyers while offering collectors a wide array of artworks from diverse regions and artistic practices. In this environment, artists can find their work represented on a global stage, often reaching audiences and collectors that would have been inaccessible through traditional gallery exhibitions. The rise of these art fairs has democratized the buying and selling of art, making it more accessible and visible to a wider audience, while also increasing competition among artists and galleries to stand out in a crowded market. Biennales, which are large-scale, often thematic exhibitions held every 2 years, have also played a significant role in shaping the contemporary art scene. The Venice Biennale, established in 1895, is one of the most prestigious and influential of these events, setting the standard for biennials worldwide. Other biennales, such as the São Paulo Biennial, Documenta in Kassel, and the Istanbul Biennial, have become important fixtures in the global art calendar, attracting artists, curators, and art lovers from all over the world. Biennales provide a platform for artists to present new experimental works and engage in global conversations around pressing social, political, and cultural issues. They also serve as key sites for curatorial innovation, with each biennale offering a distinct perspective on contemporary art and often shaping the direction of artistic trends for years to come. The rise of international art fairs and biennales has also contributed to the increasing internationalization of the art world. These events have helped to break down the geographical boundaries that once defined the art market, creating new opportunities for artists from non-Western regions to gain global recognition. As art fairs and biennales continue to expand, they have become vital spaces for networking, collaboration, and cross-cultural exchange, helping to shape a more inclusive and diverse art world. In conclusion, the rise of international art fairs and biennales has transformed the way contemporary art is experienced and marketed. These events have facilitated the growth of a globalized art market, offering artists new opportunities for exposure and collectors greater access to diverse artistic practices. By fostering international dialogue and collaboration, art fairs and biennales have become central to the ongoing evolution of the global art world. Artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America gaining prominence. In recent decades, artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America have increasingly gained prominence in the global art world, challenging the traditionally Western-dominated art scene and broadening the diversity of voices represented in contemporary art. This shift has been facilitated by globalization, which has created new opportunities for artists from these regions to exhibit their work internationally, gain recognition, and reach a wider audience. The growing visibility of artists from these regions has not only enriched the global art discourse, but also sparked critical conversations around issues of identity, history, culture, and post-colonialism. Historically, the Western art world was often seen as the epicenter of artistic innovation and cultural authority, with little room for artists from outside Europe and North America. However, as globalization expanded, artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America began to find platforms for their work in major international art fairs, biennales, and galleries. The Venice Biennale, Documenta, and Art Basel, among other prestigious events, have increasingly showcased the work of artists from these regions, providing them with visibility and access to international audiences. This has led to the growing recognition of African, Asian, and Latin American artists as key contributors to the contemporary art world. One of the factors contributing to this rise in prominence is the increasing interest in diverse narratives that challenge Eurocentric perspectives. Artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America have brought attention to issues such as colonialism, globalization, migration, race, gender, and social justice. These themes resonate with broader global concerns, allowing their work to speak to universal issues, while also offering unique insights into the specific historical and cultural contexts of their regions. For example, African artists such as Ella Natsui, Yinka Shonibare, and Wangechi Mutu have explored the complexities of post-colonial identity, while Latin American artists like Doris Salcedo and Guillermo Gomez Peña have addressed themes of displacement, trauma, and political unrest. Similarly, Asian artists such as Takashi Murakami and Ai Weiwei have engaged with the intersection of tradition and modernity, as well as the effects of globalization on culture. The increased prominence of artists from these regions has also been supported by the growing presence of galleries, institutions, and collectors focused on non-Western art. Institutions such as the Tate Modern in London and the Guggenheim in New York have developed dedicated spaces for global contemporary art, and art fairs like the Shanghai Art Fair and the Art Dubai Fair have become important venues for artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America to present their work. As these artists continue to gain recognition, their influence extends beyond the art world, as their works inspire broader cultural and intellectual conversations. In conclusion, the growing prominence of artists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America in the global art scene marks a significant shift toward greater diversity and inclusivity in contemporary art. By addressing important social, cultural, and political issues through their work, these artists have reshaped the narratives of contemporary art, offering fresh perspectives and enriching the global art dialogue. As globalization continues to expand, the visibility and influence of artists from these regions will likely continue to grow, further diversifying and shaping the future of contemporary art. The effects of technology and digital media. The advent of technology and digital media has profoundly transformed the landscape of contemporary art, revolutionizing both the creation and dissemination of artistic works. As the digital age progresses, artists are increasingly utilizing new technologies, from digital photography to virtual reality, to push the boundaries of artistic expression. The integration of technology in art has not only expanded the range of tools available to artists, but has also altered the way art is consumed, exhibited, and experienced, making it more accessible and interactive than ever before. One of the most significant impacts of technology on art is the ability to create art using digital tools. Artists now have access to a vast array of software and hardware that allow for the manipulation of images, videos, and sounds in ways that were previously impossible. Digital art forms, such as computer-generated imagery, CGI, digital installations, and interactive media, have gained prominence as artists embrace these new mediums. The use of 3D printing, for example, has enabled artists to create intricate sculptures that blur the lines between the virtual and the physical. Moreover, the rise of social media platforms like Instagram and YouTube has provided a new space for artists to share their work with a global audience, making it easier for emerging artists to gain recognition and for audiences to engage directly with art in real time. Digital media has also had a significant impact on the way art is exhibited and experienced. Traditional gallery spaces and museums are increasingly incorporating digital elements into their exhibitions, offering immersive experiences that engage the viewer in novel ways. Digital installations, video projections, and virtual reality experiences allow audiences to interact with art in an environment where the boundaries between the viewer and the artwork are often blurred. These technological advancements have led to the development of new exhibition formats, such as virtual galleries and online art fairs, which allow for the viewing and buying of art remotely. This shift has democratized access to art, enabling people from different parts of the world to participate in the global art market and to experience exhibitions that might otherwise be inaccessible due to geographical limitations. Another significant effect of digital technology is its influence on the conceptual nature of contemporary art. The use of technology has prompted artists to explore themes such as the relationship between the physical and the virtual, the impact of digital culture on society, and the ways in which technology shapes human identity. Artists like Raphael Lozano-Hemmer and Jenny Holzer have created interactive installations that address issues of surveillance, data privacy, and communication in the digital age. The proliferation of social media and digital imagery has also influenced the way artists engage with issues of identity, representation, and authenticity, with many artists using digital platforms to challenge traditional notions of authorship and originality. However, the integration of technology into the art world has not been without its challenges. Questions around the permanence of digital works, the ethics of online sharing, and the commercialization of digital art have raised important debates. The rise of digital art has also led to the creation of new forms of art ownership, such as non-fungible tokens, NFTs, which have sparked discussions about the value and authenticity of digital works. In conclusion, the effects of technology and digital media on contemporary art are vast and multifaceted. From transforming the way art is created to redefining how it is experienced and shared, technology has opened up new possibilities for artistic expression and engagement. As digital media continues to evolve, it will likely continue to shape the future of art, offering new challenges and opportunities for artists, collectors, and audiences alike. Art's response to global political and social issues. Throughout history, art has served as a powerful tool for expressing responses to political and social issues, reflecting the concerns and struggles of the time. In the 20th and 21st centuries, contemporary artists have increasingly used their work to comment on global issues such as inequality, war, climate change, racial injustice, and human rights. Art has the unique ability to address these issues on an emotional and intellectual level, creating a space for dialogue and reflection that transcends geographical boundaries and cultural contexts. In this sense, art has become an essential vehicle for social activism, raising awareness and fostering change. One of the most significant ways in which art has responded to political and social issues is through activism and protest. The 1960s and 1970s, for example, saw the rise of political art movements, such as the feminist art movement, civil rights art, and anti-war art. Artists used their work to critique systems of power, challenge social norms, and address issues like gender inequality, racial discrimination, and the horrors of war. In particular, the Vietnam War catalyzed a wave of anti-war art, with artists like Martha Rosler and Peter Kennard creating works that depicted the brutality and inhumanity of war. These works, often displayed in public spaces or used in protests, helped to galvanize public opinion and contributed to a larger conversation about the morality and impact of the conflict. As the world's political landscape evolved, art continued to reflect and respond to global events. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the end of apartheid in South Africa, the Gulf War, and the rise of global terrorism all prompted artists to engage with the social and political issues of the time. Artists such as Ai Weiwei, who has consistently used his art to speak out against human rights abuses and government censorship in China, have demonstrated how art can become a form of resistance. Similarly, Latin American artists like Doris Salcedo and Enrique Chagoya have used their work to explore the legacies of political violence and oppression in their respective regions. In recent years, the global rise of movements such as Black Lives Matter, the refugee crisis, and the ongoing debates surrounding climate change have found expression in contemporary art. Artists have increasingly used new media, social platforms, and large-scale installations to address these issues. The widespread use of social media has allowed activists and artists alike to reach global audiences, making art an integral part of social movements. For example, the climate art movement has given rise to works that raise awareness about environmental degradation and advocate for sustainability, while artists like Theaster Gates and Kara Walker have used their work to engage with racial identity and historical injustices. Art's response to global political and social issues is also evident in its ability to question and critique prevailing power structures. Artists continually challenge the status quo, using their work to interrogate the role of the state, corporate power, and other institutional forces in shaping the social landscape. Through the use of satire, appropriation, and subversion, contemporary artists question how political ideologies and social systems shape our understanding of identity, culture, and history. In conclusion, art has always had the ability to engage with and respond to political and social issues, and in the contemporary era, it has become an even more vital tool for activism and change. Whether through protest, commentary, or critique, artists continue to use their work to challenge political power, advocate for justice, and reflect on the struggles of marginalized communities. In doing so, art remains an essential form of resistance and dialogue in a rapidly changing world. Chapter 12, Art and Technology in the 21st Century. The 21st century has witnessed a profound transformation in the relationship between art and technology. As digital technologies advance, artists have increasingly embraced new tools and mediums to create innovative works that push the boundaries of traditional art forms. The integration of technology into artistic practice has not only opened up new creative possibilities, but has also led to the redefinition of what art is and how it can be experienced. One of the most significant developments in the realm of art and technology is the rise of digital art. Digital platforms, software, and tools have allowed artists to explore new ways of creating and manipulating images, sound, and video. Artists now use techniques such as computer-generated imagery, CGI, 3D printing, and digital installations to create immersive experiences that engage audiences in unique ways. The ability to manipulate images and sounds with precision and flexibility has led to the emergence of entirely new art forms, such as virtual reality (VR) and augmented reality (AR), where viewers can interact with and even influence the artwork in real time. These technological advancements have redefined the traditional boundaries of art, where the interaction between the artist and the viewer is no longer passive but active and dynamic. Social media and the internet have also played a pivotal role in shaping 21st century art. The accessibility of digital platforms has democratized art production and distribution, allowing artists to reach global audiences instantly. Social media platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok have become key venues for both established and emerging artists to showcase their work and engage with followers. This shift has had a profound impact on how art is consumed and critiqued, as viewers can now directly interact with artists and offer instant feedback. The prevalence of online art markets and digital sales platforms has also opened up new economic models, allowing artists to bypass traditional galleries and sell directly to collectors. Moreover, the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning into art making has sparked new discussions about authorship and creativity. Artists like Rafik Anadol and Sugwin Chung have collaborated with AI algorithms to create generative artworks, where the role of the artist becomes less about direct creation and more about guiding the technological process. These works challenge traditional notions of originality and authorship, raising questions about the future of creativity in an increasingly automated world. The intersection of art and technology has also led to the development of interactive installations and experiential art. Artists are now creating works that engage multiple senses, blending visual, auditory, and tactile elements to provide immersive experiences. These works often incorporate technologies such as motion sensors, projection mapping, and responsive lighting, allowing audiences to physically interact with the artwork and become part of the creative process. This shift towards experiential art challenges the traditional notion of art as a static object and emphasizes the importance of viewer participation and engagement. In conclusion, the relationship between art and technology in the 21st century is complex and continually evolving. As new technologies emerge, artists continue to explore innovative ways to create, share, and experience art. From digital art and social media to AI-generated works and interactive installations, technology has reshaped the artistic landscape, offering new possibilities and challenges for both artists and audiences alike. As this relationship continues to develop, it is clear that technology will remain an essential force in shaping the future of art. The rise of digital art and new media. The rise of digital art and new media in the 21st century marks a fundamental shift in the art world, with technology playing a crucial role in expanding the boundaries of artistic expression. As digital tools, software, and platforms have evolved, artists have embraced new ways of creating, sharing, and experiencing art. Digital art, which encompasses a wide range of practices including computer-generated imagery, CGI, video art, and interactive installations, offers opportunities for artists to push the limits of traditional mediums and engage audiences in innovative ways. The accessibility of digital technology has democratized art making, allowing artists to produce and distribute their work to a global audience without the constraints of physical galleries or traditional exhibition spaces. With the advent of software like Adobe Photoshop, Blender, and 3D modeling tools, artists can now create complex, highly detailed works of art on their computers. This has led to the growth of digital painting, digital photography, and computer-generated graphics, which have gained recognition in the art world alongside traditional media. Digital art is not confined to static images, but extends to dynamic forms such as animation and video art, enabling artists to explore time-based media and motion. New media art, a category that includes interactive installations, virtual reality, VR, augmented reality, AR, and video games, has further revolutionized how art is created and experienced. In these practices, technology is not just a tool, but an integral part of the artwork itself. Interactive art, where the viewer becomes an active participant, has become a prominent feature of new media. For example, Installations using motion sensors or touchscreens allow viewers to alter the artwork in real time, creating a unique experience with every interaction. Artists like Rafael Lozano Hemmer and Team Lab have pioneered this form, using technology to create immersive environments where the audience's actions influence the outcome of the artwork. Virtual and augmented reality have added new dimensions to digital art, enabling the creation of fully immersive worlds that the viewer can enter and interact with. In VR art, the artist can design entire digital environments that viewers can experience through headsets, offering an entirely new way of experiencing art that transcends traditional gallery spaces. Meanwhile, AR allows artists to layer digital elements over physical objects or spaces, merging the real and virtual worlds in ways that challenge our perceptions of reality. The rise of digital platforms such as social media and online art marketplaces has also transformed how art is shared and consumed. Instagram, in particular, has become a key platform for artists to showcase their work to a global audience, allowing them to bypass traditional gallery systems and engage directly with followers and collectors. The widespread use of digital tools and platforms has also led to the emergence of new art markets, where digital works, including NFTs, non-fungible tokens, are bought and sold, creating new economic models for digital artists. In conclusion, the rise of digital art and new media represents a dramatic shift in the artistic landscape. As technology continues to evolve, artists are exploring new forms of creativity and expanding the possibilities of what art can be. Digital art, interactive installations, and virtual reality are reshaping the way art is made, experienced, and appreciated, and they signal a future where the boundaries between the physical and digital worlds continue to blur. Virtual reality and augmented reality in art. Virtual reality, VR, and augmented reality, AR, are two of the most innovative technological advancements that have significantly impacted the art world in recent years. Both of these immersive technologies have transformed the way artists create, display, and engage with their audiences, offering new possibilities for artistic expression and interaction. While VR creates fully immersive digital environments that transport users into entirely new worlds, AR enhances the physical world by overlaying digital elements onto real-world objects or spaces, blurring the lines between the virtual and the physical. In the context of art, VR allows artists to construct fully immersive, three-dimensional worlds that viewers can explore and interact with. This medium offers a level of immersion that traditional art forms cannot achieve, as it allows the audience to step inside the artwork itself. Artists such as Laurie Anderson and Chris Milk have used VR to create multi-sensory experiences that engage the viewer in new and transformative ways. VR art removes the traditional barriers of space and time, enabling a completely different way of experiencing visual, auditory, and even tactile sensations. For example, VR works can place the viewer in a simulation of a painting, allowing them to walk around the brushstrokes and experience the art from various angles, offering a deeply personal and dynamic interaction with the work. AR, on the other hand, enhances the viewer's perception of the physical world by adding virtual elements that respond to the real environment. In art, this technology enables artists to superimpose digital content onto existing objects or public spaces, creating a hybrid experience that fuses the real with the virtual. One notable example is the work of artist Cause, whose AR-driven projects allow viewers to see his iconic characters interact with their surroundings when viewed through a mobile device. This blending of digital and physical elements challenges the viewer's understanding of what is real, encouraging them to rethink the boundaries between the tangible world and the digital one. Both VR and AR also offer new avenues for interactivity, allowing the audience to not only view, but actively participate in the creation or transformation of the artwork. For example, VR installations may invite viewers to manipulate objects or alter the environment within the digital space, making them co-creators of the art. In AR, users can manipulate virtual content by moving their devices or physically interacting with the augmented space, allowing for a more personalized experience. This shift toward interactivity and immersion has led to a more participatory model of art, where the line between the artist and the audience becomes increasingly blurred. Moreover, VR and AR have expanded the possibilities for art exhibitions, enabling galleries to present artworks that transcend the physical limitations of the gallery space. With VR, exhibitions can be experienced remotely, allowing global audiences to engage with art from anywhere in the world. Similarly, AR can turn public spaces into open-air galleries, where digital art can be accessed through mobile devices, creating art experiences in everyday environments. In conclusion, virtual reality and augmented reality have introduced groundbreaking changes to the art world, offering new ways for artists to create, viewers to experience, and audiences to interact with art. These technologies have expanded the potential of artistic expression, breaking down traditional boundaries and enabling more immersive, dynamic, and participatory forms of art. As both VR and AR continue to evolve, they will undoubtedly play an increasingly central role in shaping the future of contemporary art. The impact of social media on the art world. The rise of social media has had a profound impact on the art world, transforming how art is created, shared, and consumed. Platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube have radically altered the traditional dynamics of the art market, shifting power away from galleries and museums to the individual artist and audience. The accessibility of these platforms has allowed artists to showcase their work to a global audience without the need for institutional endorsement, providing an unprecedented level of exposure and opportunities for recognition. One of the most significant changes brought about by social media is the democratization of art. Artists no longer rely solely on galleries, curators, or critics to gain visibility. Social media allows them to bypass these traditional gatekeepers and directly engage with their audience. This has given rise to a new generation of social media artists who are building successful careers based largely on their online presence. Instagram, in particular, has become a primary platform for visual artists to exhibit their work, with its image-centric format offering an ideal space for showcasing paintings, sculptures, digital art, and photography. The platform's algorithm, which promotes content based on engagement, has allowed some artists to gain massive followings, leading to new opportunities such as collaborations, commissions, and media features. Social media has also altered the way art is consumed and experienced. In the past, art was often confined to physical spaces such as galleries or museums, but with social media, art can be viewed and interacted with from virtually anywhere. This has expanded the reach of artworks beyond geographical and physical boundaries, allowing people who may not have access to traditional art venues to experience art in their everyday lives. Additionally, the ability to share and comment on art on platforms like Instagram has created a sense of community among artists and audiences, fostering dialogue and feedback that can shape the direction of an artist's career and practice. Moreover, social media has revolutionized the art market. The ability to share work instantly and on a global scale has created new opportunities for art sales and exposure. Many artists now use platforms like Instagram as a direct sales tool, with some even running online shops or offering limited edition prints for sale. The use of hashtags and geotags also allows artists to reach niche audiences, making it easier to connect with collectors and buyers who are specifically interested in their work. Online art marketplaces, such as Saatchi Art and Artsy, have further expanded the reach of artists, providing virtual galleries where art can be bought and sold directly. However, the impact of social media on the art world is not without its challenges. The emphasis on instant gratification and viral content can sometimes prioritize superficiality over substance, with some artists opting to create works tailored for social media appeal rather than pushing artistic boundaries. Additionally, the constant visibility on social platforms can lead to issues of commodification, where art is reduced to content designed for likes and shares, rather than being viewed in its full artistic context. In conclusion, social media has significantly reshaped the art world by providing artists with new avenues for self-promotion, democratizing access to art, and creating a global, interactive art community. While it has introduced new opportunities for exposure and commerce, it also poses challenges related to the commodification and commercialization of art. As social media continues to evolve, it will undoubtedly continue to influence how art is made, shared, and appreciated in the 21st century. Artificial intelligence in art creation. The use of artificial intelligence, AI, in art creation represents one of the most innovative and controversial developments in the art world today. AI algorithms, capable of analyzing large data sets and recognizing patterns, have enabled machines to generate artworks that range from paintings to sculptures, music, and even literary works. Artists are increasingly incorporating AI into their creative processes, pushing the boundaries of what is traditionally considered art and questioning the role of human creativity in artistic production. AI art creation typically involves the use of machine learning techniques, particularly deep learning, where algorithms are trained on vast amounts of existing artworks. These systems learn the styles, techniques, and compositions of famous artists or art movements, enabling them to generate new pieces that mimic or reinterpret those traditions. For example, AI can be used to create portraits that resemble the work of renowned artists such as Van Gogh or Picasso, or even generate entirely new styles by combining elements from various periods of art history. One of the most well-known examples of AI's role in art creation is the portrait Edmond de Bellamy, produced by the Paris-based collective Obvious. This portrait, generated using a machine learning algorithm called GAN, Generative Adversarial Network, sold at Christie's auction house for over $432,000 in 2018. This event sparked a broader conversation about the value and authenticity of AI-generated art, raising questions about authorship, creativity, and the definition of art itself. Is the artist the creator of the algorithm, or is the machine itself responsible for the creation? AI also offers new opportunities for collaboration between artists and machines. Rather than replacing human creativity, AI can be seen as a tool that enhances the creative process. Artists can use AI to explore new visual languages, test out different compositions, or generate unexpected outcomes. The unpredictability of AI outputs can inspire artists to think outside the box and experiment with ideas that they might not have otherwise considered. Moreover, AI allows for the creation of artworks that are impossible for humans to produce on their own, such as highly intricate patterns, massive datasets, or visualizations of abstract concepts. Despite these exciting possibilities, the integration of AI into the art world has also prompted concerns. Critics argue that AI-generated art lacks the emotional depth, intentionality, and individual expression that human artists bring to their work. Additionally, there are ethical concerns about the potential for AI to replace human labor in the creative industries, leading to questions about authorship, copyright, and the value of human creativity. As AI systems learn from existing artworks, some worry that they might replicate existing styles and techniques without truly contributing new ideas, effectively regurgitating pre-existing art rather than creating something entirely original. In conclusion, artificial intelligence is reshaping the landscape of art creation, offering artists new tools for experimentation and pushing the boundaries of traditional artistic practices. While it raises complex questions about creativity, authorship, and authenticity, AI also opens up exciting possibilities for the future of art. As technology continues to advance, it will be fascinating to see how AI continues to influence and challenge the way we think about art and creativity in the 21st century. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The trajectory of art from the 20th to the 21st century has been one of constant evolution. characterized by a broad range of movements, ideologies, and technological advancements that have reshaped the very nature of artistic expression. Modern and contemporary art has pushed the boundaries of creativity, challenging societal norms and redefining what art can be. In exploring movements such as modernism, Dadaism, surrealism, pop art, feminist art, and minimalism, the artists of the past century have not only reinterpreted the world around them, but have also influenced broader cultural and political changes. The role of art in reflecting and responding to global events, such as World War I, the rise of consumerism, the civil rights movement, and the digital revolution, cannot be overstated. These events acted as catalysts for many of the shifts in artistic practices, pushing artists to address complex issues of identity, power, gender, race, and technology. The work of artists in these periods has also raised important questions about the nature of authorship, the intersection of culture and commerce, and the ability of art to engage audiences on an emotional and intellectual level. As we moved into the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the rise of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and social media further transformed the art world. Today, artists have access to a variety of digital tools that allow them to create in new, often interactive ways, breaking away from traditional materials and methods. The emergence of NFTs and virtual galleries has redefined concepts of ownership and distribution in the art world, introducing new challenges and opportunities in how art is bought, sold, and experienced. In this digital age, art is no longer confined to physical spaces or tangible mediums, but rather exists in a virtual, fluid, and ever-evolving landscape. In the context of these advancements, contemporary art remains as much about questioning and exploring as it is about creation. The role of the artist has expanded beyond mere production. Today's artists are active participants in shaping cultural conversations and responses to global issues. Whether working with traditional mediums, digital technology, or interdisciplinary practices, artists continue to push boundaries and provoke thought, encouraging us to reflect on the complexities of modern life. In conclusion, the future of art will undoubtedly be shaped by ongoing technological innovations, evolving political landscapes, and the ongoing dialogue between cultures around the world. As art continues to adapt and transform, it will remain a vital force in reflecting, challenging that, and enhancing the human experience, offering profound insights into both our present and our collective future.